computer is slightly chugging because it is like horrendously overheating. It turns out that running ducts all night in an apartment that doesn't have air conditioning is a bad idea because your PC will melt itself. So what is happening to it? It's like legitimately getting no frames. Okay, is it gonna be better now that we're loaded in? Yes. Okay, good. Does it not play any music? Did I turn the volume? No. Okay, so it's just quiet. Okay. Well, oh shit, I did forget to. I forget you wanted to be announcing things for it. Oh. Ba, ba, ba. I'll give people a minute to like show up, welcome themselves in. I know it's a Friday afternoon, so I don't know how busy people are or not, but also shit, which one are we on right now? God, we've been doing so many of these. Like we've done over the course of the donut, I think we've had 32 total streams. Hold on, I can check the playlist really quickly. I think it's been 32. Yes, 32 streams total. Like individual games or whatever. And I just can never remember which part of a playthrough I'm on. We're on part 4 for Disco Elysium. Okay. Okay, now that that's done, let's actually get to the game. Wait, also I forgot to mention it. I missed the notification for it. Um, but thank you for the raid earlier, Cam. I don't know if Cam's still here, but if he is, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Okay. I apologize that you raided me while I was out on the when we were on ducks, because I would have been happy to be here and say hi, but I do still appreciate it
Heavy
regardless.
wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Open it with
The
a
lock
key.
turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
As you do,
On the
you hear
doors.
the echo of the doomed commercial area, its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes.
You hear and the echo.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Oh shit. Strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. More of the forked lightning patterns you saw outside. Bark beetles? No, it looks intentional. Some long forgotten style. Alright, we'll walk and not run. For as long as I can remember to do that. This grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Wait, I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, you can hardly hear your own breathing.
Yell as loud as you
Your
can.
voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. It's unnerving.
Oh god, Harry's doing whimper audios. Stomp your feet
You
and clap your
produce a
hands.
few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Kim, what's happening?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Not really, but it's extraordinary. I've never experienced anything like
why
this.
the church was built with such strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises.
Maybe they wanted to discourage singing and dancing.
Could be.
And it's a church, but we don't know what
He
kind of
doesn't
church.
seem entirely convinced, though.
Look up into
The
the bell
orderly
tower.
rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
I mean, low odds. Might as well try. Oh, we're gonna get scared. This might have been a poor decision.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
Try to make out something. Anything.
There's nothing.
Officer, what are you looking at?
What's the darkness
Filled
like?
with vague shapes of woodwork. The sense of a great height. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes.
Tiago.
Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The crab man.
Quiet
The
for now.
man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in
Interesting.
Mesk and a district in general. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol. Hold on. Stop it right there. Pussy, what's with this?
I'm not scared. I just don't understand why the female sexual organs have to be associated with weakness.
You really got a case of frayed nerves, pussy. And this usage comes from pusillanimous. Everybody knows that.
Oops.
Chill
God
out,
damn it,
man.
Redder.
Here you could receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Of course we do,
I'm
Kim.
put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too.
Maybe the
It's all very
ceiling
hard to
climbing.
square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
I'm a policeman. I need to talk to you about police things. I don't know anything about alcohol use.
Oh, yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here.
Okay, fine. I'm struggling. But you don't need to lecture me. I know what I need to
Not
do.
all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc Albino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Everyone's so mean to me. All I want to do is have some fun. All girls want to do is have a little fun. I'm just here to drink my little drinks, smoke a little bit of weed, and have a good time. And instead, the ceiling man is giving me shit for it. For some reason, I feel you have a
Don't
point there.
trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is
How
he
is that a
just
successful
trying to
rhetoric
throw you
check?
off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not
Okay.
an act, my liege, save him perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Some ravers want to turn this place into a
The
nightclub.
ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me.
Do they have reason to be scared?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Anymore.
Though he used to, a long time ago.
What do you think about the nightclub that
Why
is?
not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Do you know where the other spooker is?
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
So there is another person living in the church, and it's a viejita?
No,
Viejita?
I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
And you don't know where she is?
That's what I said, Holmes.
How can you not know that when you both
Don't
live
really
here?
follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
So you've got nothing to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who is she?
I'm afraid not, Essay.
Excuse
You
me.
just have to wait until she comes back, or
Or search through her radio computer.
You must be the
never
crab
known
man.
myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
It's her neighbors who came up with this name,
I
not
always
me.
thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
What were you before you became
I
a
was
crab
in a
man?
gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
So many people losing their memory, a certain portent of doom.
Nah, Essay, it's not like that. Best thing that could happen to you, losing your memory.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
My name's
That's
Harry.
just the thing, Holmes. None of that.
Wait, what are you
This
doing
is
here?
a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there, a way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
Who's the mother of silence you keep talking
Oh.
about?
That's no simple question, Essay.
Okay,
She is a
God.
cavity in the dark, beyond sense,
Alright, okay,
I
what happens
want
once
to
you drink from
incinerate.
persuasion?
but not destroy.
Perforation,
Finally,
not
I
persuasion,
wondered
whatever.
the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
God, even rhetoric is coming after me. Are you sure you didn't just switch from one drug to another?
It's not like that.
Thank you for the
at
hydration
all,
check, Darth
Andrew.
Varys.
It's just faith.
How's it going? How are you
joyful
doing?
service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Faith is a kind of drug.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
Sorry, VTube Studio slightly broke on my phone. I'll give me 1 sec. I'll start tracking a little bit better soon. I think love might have been my drug of choice. I think I'm still hungover from it.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love.
Oh my god.
The mother will eat all of it
like the
and
ocean
never spit you out.
in devotion. Oh yeah. I was being insensitive. Sorry. Let's move
No
on.
worries, man. I know this shit takes time.
I still don't understand what you're doing in the
I'm a
church.
seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
You should sing for me, the superstar
I
cop.
ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking. And the
Microphones.
song I sing
Oh, cool.
is silent as the mother.
I hope I hope your packing's going well, and I hope the flight goes well too.
Marietti is a mess.
Is it for a
style of music
vacation,
and dance,
business trip, anything like
commonly
that?
seen at all manner of festivities, especially weddings. It's delightfully quaint, owing to its peasant origins. He lost his cool there for a moment. Seems you hit some nerve.
How'd you even find this place? This church?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries.
Oh
Up
my
there,
god.
I realized what the true purpose of the church was.
Love that he apparently was
Been spending a lot of time here ever since.
did construction work
Passes
so hard
nothing
that he
to me
developed a
in a way.
religious epiphany.
It de-
Alright, I had other
Silver
questions.
figure lingers
No,
on
which I
the
mean,
wooden beams.
do you know why the church is
always
abandoned?
raid a while
Oh,
back.
nice. That'll hopefully be good. God, I haven't been a plane or on a plane since like, I guess 2019. Jesus, I used to fly a lot. At least very a while back.
Did you
Yes.
witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
So am I like mistaken in thinking that he is potentially, hypothetically, just like licking the asbestos in the top of the ceiling? Because it sounds like he's maybe some. I mean, he's got a good body on him, it looks like, I guess. But, like, also, he looks like. I mean, most people who are doing well are not hiding in the steeple of a church. Or cracked pane of glass, colorful. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. He is, like, weirdly lithe. I feel like there haven't really been very many characters who have that kind of, like, movement in this so far. Overall, everyone's been pretty, I guess, static. Spider spun its web around this wood-carved pillar. Selling these shoes. Ooh! That's the bangers by Brogues. I got empathy for my shoes. Hell yeah. These dashing red shoes. Look at this outfit. I should open on the Fallen Half series. I feel like we should maybe generally try and go for something that looks a little bit more coherent. But only a little bit. Also, okay, I have a skill point. We can forget this. We don't need it anymore. Yeah. Let me just make sure I'm actually clicked on the right one. It has been brought to your attention that you're an alcoholic, and that it's sickness, and that it's killing you. You're crawling on your knees through life, your booze-filled belly dragging on the ground, your brain now fuzzy, now in overdrive, your hair sticking together with today's cold sweat and yesterday's vomit. Perhaps they're right. Anything is better than this. Even bone-dry reality itself. Maybe you can quit? Alright. Oh, wait, yeah, I guess we're not supposed to run here, but I am stealing the money off of here. You don't need cash, right? You're beyond earthly possessions in the church. You're busy, you know, taking hits off of the mercury that's leaking out of the ceiling. Few decks of reel-to-reel tape spinning on empty. Portable Harman Wowshu tape recorder. Another one of these things.
A machine stands in the corner.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. alarm systems and the like.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Let me just investigate
you
it.
see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond
Let's look
shape.
inside.
Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Another filament memory.
Hi, Tort.
Press play.
How's it going? How are you doing? How's it been? The Tort has arrived and is very eepy. Honestly, mood. I'm not even. I'm still a little bit tired. I mentioned it earlier. The reason, like, usually I start with like a 10 a.m. stream. Today was supposed to be Overwatch. I don't know what's wrong with my brain that I was like, yeah, 10 a.m. on a Friday, that's the time to play Overwatch. But I woke up in a pissy mood and also still so tired because my alarm didn't go off. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna miss that stream, and
the speaker comes to life. Static
we'll start a little
the
bit later.
machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Oh no, chat isn't loading. Oh no. Why isn't it loading? Okay, cool. It should be working now. I refreshed the cache again. Or I refreshed it to like erase the old messages from when it had been left on overnight. And then I guess it didn't properly connect again. But now it is. Okay, sorry, that's my bad. Don't worry, there haven't been too many messages. Darth was here earlier talking about going to visit family. And now Tort is here.
Good afternoon. Votre accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Rapid Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Hey, it's the same person.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Yvonne, it's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
I looked inside the core, but the tape on the filament just said log February to March.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. Maybe he knows something.
Précis. Votre accident. Is there
Votre accident, like the one in the doomed commercial area.
registered to this company name in Martinez.
Oh.
One on Saint-Brune, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brune. That's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine?
Anything else I can help you with? Good.
The machine's keyboard is still
Okay, so
illuminated.
whichever passport
Fluorescent play,
or
nothing happens.
okay, these are both registered to the Votre accident, which means that presumably whichever password works for this one should be the one that works for the other one, right? Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna. But that's actually good news. That means that we have something here. We might actually be able to find it. 12 a.m. long SH press. Oh, jeez. Yeah, if you need to get some sleep, definitely get your rest.
Oh, hey, Wade. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Also, I feel you though. Like, I usually by the time I end streams, I am so tired. But my brain is like, what if we, instead of doing sleep, which would be good, we sat on our phone for 3 hours till it's 3 a.m. and then we can't sleep. How about that as an idea? And then that happens most nights with the Donathon. So if you're ever wondering why, like, the 10 a.m. Donathon stuff is sometimes a little bit morning voice, a little bit rough, or why I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit, it's because I usually wake up around like 9:30 right now, get up, try and eat some food. Sometimes can't, like physically can't get out of bed. Will go straight to my computer, set up the day's streams, turn off ducks, reset the stream, whatever. Stream till 2, try and eat some food. For the last few days I've had to work on the videos, so I haven't really been eating very much during that break. Then I will go play another game for 4 hours. Then I will get another hour-long break, which I usually spend like responding to social media stuff, trying to eat food, etc., etc. And then we'll stream for another 4 hours, and it'll be midnight, and then I can't sleep. Also, hi Ditz. Good afternoon to you as well. I hope you're doing good. Have you heard the Viejita say the password to her radio computer?
Too many times, essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Yes, go grab food if you need a torts. Or tort. I don't know why I keep saying torts. Sounds good. I appreciate the lurk. Also, you have a lurk command, by the way, I think. I don't really know what it does, but I think it exists. Why walk back home? No. Oh, honestly, I wish I lived in a place where I could walk around. It's not safe to walk here. There's not really sidewalks properly, and there's not proper crossings. Also, honestly, okay, I've said this before. I sincerely mean it when I say like one of the most like endearing compliments I've gotten from people is when they say they either fall asleep watching my streams or my videos, or when they like watch me while they eat. Because I don't know, there's something so flattering about the idea of like when someone sits down to eat and they want some company, they want me there with them, you know? Or like when they're trying to sleep and they need someone to be there while they pass out. I'm who they want. Like I don't know. I find that very flattering. So don't worry. I do take it personally in a complimentary way. Let's see. I'm doing this. He wouldn't care about regional trends. It's for first degree murder investigation in Martinez.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrow, but doesn't say anything.
Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la Nilita Pequeña.
Nilita Pequeña. Wait, that's just... What's Pequeña? I know, obviously, Nilita is pretty... Woman? The little nihilist? Oh, okay, so he's just being snarky to her. Fair enough. Afterlife death. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I just meant more like the bit where he says, like, makes almost pity like Nihilista Pequeña. Also, I think he said Nihilista, not Nihilista. Like, he didn't... So I guess it's, like, European. Interesting. Okay. Yes, I am very happy about that. Thank you, Tort. Seriously, like, I know it's corny, but, like...
I think we're done here, Essay.
Oh, okay, so he's just gone.
However...
Goodbye, old, weird guy. Oh, there's something over here. Also, I'm running in the church now, I don't care. Is this a scarf? Looks pretty. Mess bangers, silk scarf. I'm just having a stroke. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like... Because for me, like... Oh, okay, so do you want... How's this look? Oh, okay. This does kind of cover us up a little bit nicer. I don't really know why that increases our pain threshold. But I think, A, we get drama, B, we get exposed chest hair. I think that's funnier. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like... I mean, I think there's value in being dramatic or, like, being fun and loud and engaging. Like, I have some friends who are, like... Like, some friends who are streamers who are, like, just constantly at 100. Constantly out of their minds. And I love watching them for that. But also, like, some of my favorite streamers and some of my friends who I really enjoy watching are also people who are, like, just very chill and quiet. And I like watching them while I'm eating or while I'm, you know, have something going on in the background. I'll sometimes watch them while I'm editing a video or, like, while I'm falling asleep. It's nice to be able to be that. Because to me, I find that kind of thing kind of special because there aren't that many people who can be that kind of relaxing. Alright.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death.
I have unlocked the filament. Fortress accident. Good.
Excellent, we've got it.
The printer prints out a long text document. The
Let's read
first
it.
entry made arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer,
How do I focus
scouring
accident
the
picked
printer
out?
over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
Well, congrats on the first redeemer, Tort. Second and third are still available for anyone who would like them.
It's over a month
No
ago.
double redeeming, though, please.
Whoever set up
Yeah,
those
everything,
machines
yeah.
has been here for quite a while.
Oh. Do you think this log might be related to
Our
the case?
No, I don't think so.
I think
It may
this
be
is the woman
someone
who
eccentric.
potentially bought our gun. That's my concern, is that that might be what we're going to find out from this woman.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity.
This morning, okay. Instead of streaming this morning, I made myself like a proper breakfast instead of just making myself toast. I made myself so many crepes. I ate so many of them. I'm feeling a little bit stuffed, but like
See,
so delicious.
even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. 7th
Toast is okay.
February.
Toast is so good.
Finally,
As a
got the
kid,
electricity in.
like I know for
Next
everyone
on
it's
the
like
agenda,
peanut butter and jelly,
the
peanut butter and jam, whatever.
I'm thinking Esca series,
But like
something advanced.
for whatever reason, I don't really know why. In my household, we only ever did peanut butter and honey. Peanut butter and jelly and peanut butter jam was like a thing we saw on TV, but we didn't do that. Only ever peanut butter and honey. Peanut butter and honey is so good. But when I was a kid, obviously you can't bring peanut butter into schools because of allergies and stuff like that. I've never been to a school where peanut butter has been allowed, like when you send your kids for lunch or whatever, for them to bring that. But like, oh, you have to try peanut butter and honey. It's delicious. It's such a good combo. It's like really salty and sweet. Like the peanut butter is like, you know, creamy, salty, delicious. And then the honey is like, you know, brings a little bit of a stickiness, a little bit of sweetness. It's so good. Especially on toast or on saltines. That's a real treat. Peanut butter and honey on saltines. 12 out of 10 snack. I'll sit there and sometimes eat an entire sleeve of crackers like that. Why'd you need an antenna?
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
Oh, if you're allergic to peanuts, then definitely do not try that one. Ignore the previous advice.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna.
Oh, actually, a really good snack that I used to make. Sorry, I'm getting on a tangent. A really good snack I used to make with my nana. I think it came from, like, we have Mennonite heritage. So I believe it's a Mennonite recipe. It's called Roll Kuchen. I think it's also German. I think there's some overlap there. Anyways, Roll Kuchen, which I think is spelled RAUL space KUCHEN. It's like this sort of fried dough slices with like a little slit in the cut in the middle. And you what you usually do is you deep fry it, or yeah, deep fry it in oil. And you take it out, and the best way, like, you can put anything on it. You can put watermelon on it, anything. It's delicious regardless. Like, you can put ham on it, I think some of my family members do. But if you put it with like just butter and honey, so good. Also a real comfort snack.
But
My problem is that all my
these
comfort
artists
snacks are things that are very
together.
calorie dense,
They
so it's
qualify
not very
labor.
healthy for me to have too many
They
of
can
them.
get work anywhere.
Jam and cucumbers.
Graphic
Interesting.
design, ads. The
And jam and
programmers
cheese.
are doing fine too.
Wild.
I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe
fucked.
out the backup.
I mean, look,
Backup wasn't even connected to the front.
are you a writer if you're
I
not
know,
fucked up?
I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Artists, programmers, Lexi. Who are all
I
those
think
people?
these people worked in
Yeah,
the
they were the
video
ones who worked in
computer
that
games
business.
The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former
I mean,
coworkers.
I did write, like, I wrote and self-published a bunch of books when I was a kid, or not like a kid, like a teenager. Like in my, I guess it would have been grade 11. Grade 10, grade 11. They're all unpublished today. It's absolutely not. But I guess, I don't know, you could, I wonder if does it count as a writer if I'm writing my scripts for my videos? Or, okay, actually, okay, because this was a question I was asking in the philosophy video where I was like, you know, the if A then, or if A and if B then C, like, if anyone who makes YouTube videos is a YouTuber, and if I made this YouTube video, then I am a YouTuber argument. And then I was like, okay, but what about editors? Like, if I had an editor on my video, is that person also a YouTuber, or am I the YouTuber because I'm the one on camera, or whatever? And with writing, I feel like it ends up being similar because I don't know if I, like, count as one. I do take your endorsement very seriously, though, Tord. I appreciate that.
Seems like something to do with radio computers.
Yeah, no, I feel.
Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what
I wish I could put it on my
they're
resume.
saying.
That's the really annoying thing, because I think, like, if people were being, if employers were being objective and neutral, I think, like, the YouTube channel would be a good thing to have on a resume because it proves, like, A, I can work well under pressure. B, I can make things entertaining that are not really inherently entertaining. I can write fast. I can write well. I can speak well, mostly. I can edit quickly, all that sort of stuff. Philosophical. You know, philosophy is not allowed to be professional. Philosophy philosophy rejects your is that modernism or postmodernism that believes that you can do objective science about everything? I think it's modernism, and then postmodernism is the one that says no. So I think it would reject the science or the modernism in that. Looks maybe it's
Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
sick of the argument.
12th of February.
Everyone's allowed to have or
Brought
be an
some
authority
food
on
from the
English.
grocery store.
That's what happens when
Apparently,
you
there's
force the
strike going
language to
on
become a
in the
global
harbour.
language. Everyone's allowed to say
Definitely not
something
happy
about
to
it.
see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The
Huh.
strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Interesting. Also, yeah, look. Okay, so people have said a lot like English must be a super hard language to learn because like it's so weird and it doesn't follow any rules, and that's definitely true. Like I can see where that comes from, but I think it also makes it more like getting fluent at English is very, very hard because English has so many bullshit like workarounds, and there's not really as many hard and fast rules in many languages. But getting functional in English is easier than something like French, where French is so rigid in terms of like very specific rules, very specific pronunciations. Like, I don't know.
Is she talking about?
Where's the
28th
silence?
of
Yes.
February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence.
Yeah,
with
I
a
think
diameter
honestly the
of
biggest obstacle to learning a new
63
language is
meters.
people not being very
Seems
willing
like
to
the
be
higher
like
I
patient
go,
with someone
the
who's still
less I
learning.
record. This
always
might
sad.
be a coincidence, or it could be connected.
Like I've been in
to
that
the
position of
data
not
loss
speaking
that
the main
led me
language of an
here.
area and like or not being fluent in it and like having to learn on the fly while I was working, and like people are just so willing to be mean to you about it. And I see it sometimes with people will get like there's a lot of Filipino temporary foreign workers in Alberta because our government likes it when business owners exploit foreign labor. And there are a lot of people who work in places like in fast food places who are Filipino and are English as a second language and like sometimes struggle with it, and people will just be so mean to them for no reason. Like, especially because like if you've ever worked in drive-thru, you know people don't enunciate
pillar of
clearly when they order
silence.
shit.
She is talking
They're like,
about
oh,
the
grandma,
silence.
never, and you'll
Is
be
she
like,
suggesting it's more than just an
and
architectural
yell at somebody
quirk?
because they couldn't understand that and blame it on them not speaking English, as if it's not the fault of the person speaking that they couldn't enunciate their order clearly. What could it be?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them.
Also, I promise I'm still reading up
51.
along with this. I'm
Some
keeping up
kind
with
of
it.
young disco men.
Oh my god,
appeared
Disco Man.
next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately,
That's Just
the
Dance by
song
Lady
is
Gaga.
so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one
This
of the
music is
disco men
so
raised it.
generic and
Before I
monotonous
could
that I
even
could
say
that there's an
hello,
algorithm to
she
just
got
remove it
scared
from the
and
audio
left.
recording.
Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
We're describing a cell.
Girl on the ice?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
I got a call from the, or yeah, so that's me. I was the one who broke into that radio computer, and the storekeeper must be Plaisance.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
Shush, Kim.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air.
This is my receipt from Walmart.
Is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Hi, Suna. Uh-oh. We're about to get yelled at. I mean, we did just break into this woman's computer, so.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We're not just breaking in, I'm pursuing a mysterious lead, searching for my lost identity.
You won't find any answers from here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
Where's her accent
We should
from?
talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Like,
What
it
is
sounds like it's kind of from nowhere. Hey, are you the lead programmer of Whirl Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of
Kilde.
Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Big fucking mood. I like her already. Have you seen the Crab
No.
Man? You know he's around?
Yes,
He's seen you.
and
And the Crab Man has seen
I
you.
don't care. I don't care about crap men.
Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one.
See, this is how I know she's a fake programmer, because every like game designer, game programmer I know would at least be curious about what's up with the Crab Man from a... What's the right way to put it? Every programmer I know is weirdly horny for monster men, and would probably take a bad dragon-related interest in the Crab Man being in the roof. Why are there so many machines in
I
this
brought
place?
them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna? Or what about those bowls of
They are
water?
connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's
It's interesting that
using-
she's like, yeah, you're here, whatever. It's like fine, I guess. Because I get like she doesn't own this place, so she doesn't like she's just squatting here anyways. So I guess she's kind of like, yeah, I guess you're here. I can't stop you. It's not mine. But I'm so pissed that you're here. Why do you need an
I
antenna?
use the AR1 as my RAIN prefect's processing unit.
Wait, what?
RAIN prefect. My radio computer.
And that antenna is its processing unit.
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Not really.
Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air.
Oh, it's like some cloud
In
computing
order
type
to gain
shit.
more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
And the AR1, is it a good antenna?
I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieux dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling me this. It can't be
Aw,
worse.
she's a computer nerd. What are you doing with your radio
I'm
computer?
working.
Working on what?
Could you just... Shh.
Okay, I
Great.
won't touch anything. What are you doing in an abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask questions.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
A hole in the world. What does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
You measure something that does not exist by the absence of the things that exist around it,
That's a
obviously.
little above your pay grade at the moment.
Hold on a minute. Or, wait, no. Does that mean we're living in a world that has holes in it?
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Can you understand how we're talking about something that doesn't?
You measure it by its surroundings.
Oh shit!
By that it does exist, which is what I've been trying to do.
That's what I
tried to
said!
use
Oh my god, I'm so
transducers to
smart. I'm a
record the silence,
scientist.
to find out where it begins. But honestly,
This
it's
is why
not
I
promising.
graduated with distinction from an online university. Do you have any idea where this hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Strange things may flourish in the dark.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
Hmm.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think the Crabman might be somehow responsible
No,
here?
I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Let me make sure audio's working. So the research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space.
Maybe it's just the fact that I'm like culturally underdeveloped. But I don't know, this kind of reminded me of like the if you guys remember, like, obviously Golden Compass was the first in the series, but the His Dark Materials series, this kind of reminds me of like the subtle knife and like the little tears that they would have to find to cut through to different points.
And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
Okay, that's all I wanted
Great.
to know about that.
Thanks.
How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Same here. It just doesn't connect here. Not like disco does, anyways.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
How do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build
Take a
then?
guess, why don't you?
I'm convinced they want to establish a nightclub for anodic dance music. They said it's their dream.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
I'll leave you to work in peace now. Okay, well, that's a whole bunch of stuff that we figured out. Also, let's see what's over here.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress.
Neil.
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Close your eyes
The world
first.
is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. In the darkness, you sense her eyes on you, inspecting you with their multicolored glass, as if you're a bug under a microscope. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint
No
in
rush.
her green-blue eye.
I hope
of
your
what?
food is going well.
Compassion, remorse. She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You? No, she doesn't care about you. She only cares about her shiny sovereign's orb and her silk robes and getting to the aerodrome on time to leave.
It's morning.
As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
Do
Your
the same.
fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees
You touch your
into
chest
the
like that?
apricot-colored light of the window. Above you,
I mean, like,
the woman still
I
smells
was.
her
I
distant
mean, this is
smoke,
obviously probably a different thing, but
sundered by
I
the
thought it was
crack
like
in the glass.
touch your forehead, then like your sternum, and then left and right sides of your chest for the cross. I don't really know how you. I guess you just do a smaller one. This is Dolores
The old
Day.
woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez.
I don't know if I've talked about it much. I went to
Also
Catholic school for
abandoned
like
churches
5
or
years,
resorts.
so I have some degree of familiarity
It's a
with that
minor
stuff.
landmark. Not easy
I mean, I
to
guess
find.
the sign of the cross is
Most
not like
maps
a.
misplace it.
That's not a super
It was
like
built not long after Revachol's farm,
insider thing
300
for
or so years
that
ago,
sort of thing.
by
But
first-generation settlers.
On the coast
I used to
of
have
the
a rosary.
uninhabited
I
archipelago,
begged my dad to get me
where
one
only
for school
animals had
because I
room
felt
to
lame
perform
not being
in the
being the
wild
only kid in my class
woods.
without a rosary and then really know what to do with it. Hmm.
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one
Sept
remains.
Sœurs.
The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials.
God, my town is more than
We
that.
should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving something out.
Do you know why it was
I
abandoned?
have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Who conducted it?
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
Mm-hmm. Was it me?
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
You're not sure?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I guess I could have been here.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it, why it was conducted, or who participated.
Sorry,
I
I'm just
try
having.
not to pry into
I'm trying not to drink
security
energy drinks, but I do
matters.
still need a little bit of caffeine, so I went and got myself a Coke before I started. If I was here, I should find out what I was doing.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Are you a follower of DeLoreanism?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
Interesting. She looks like a lever. Yeah, looks like your ex-wife, buddy. I didn't think you were spiritual.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Interesting. So it's more of a philosophy than a faith, I guess. How did I know this is the mother of humanism?
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still.
What exactly is
And
an
will haunt you
innocence?
forever. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world's spirit.
A ruler?
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time.
Oh. Hold on. So the whole system of governance that they have, the whole structure they have for all of this stuff, is based around basically holding the ground until they've got an innocence. someone who is effectively a divine ruler that they'll elect to govern. Is that what they're saying?
And innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. And innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
I'm baffled by what kind of governance structure this is supposed to be, but also like in a
No,
good way.
We are alone.
Why don't you rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
What else do I know about
Many
her?
things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Seren, modern-day Sir Laclais. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia?
Where's this
The
coming from?
past. It's a silo of sadness.
Shush.
No, you must know.
What else? Was she smart?
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
How come?
It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the
Back to
new
lurking.
world.
Back to the
the
lurk.
piece
I
of
appreciate
reality
it.
you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt.
What more?
As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Supramuindi, altogether 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
Her crowning?
In a city called Advesperaskit in Vespa Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
She must have been beautiful.
Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by Secret Servicemen.
And then what?
One of the men in this Secret Service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
What?
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man,
Hi,
thought to be
Apollo.
insane, said he once touched her.
Thank
and
you
her
very
body had been
much.
unnaturally warm,
I'll
like a
trust that
furnace,
you're...
and that sometimes,
Aw.
while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes.
I hope it's an appropriate time for you to be non-sober. I hope you're also taking care of yourself. Drink your water, absolutely. But I appreciate what the truth serum has pulled out of you. Very pretty too.
This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well.
I love and
glowing
appreciate you as my
lungs and
friend. I'm very
all.
glad
It is
to know you.
commonly attributed to mass hysteria and
Go drink your
religious
water. Eat your
psychology.
food. Go get some chicken nuggets if you must have them. Take care of yourself. Sorry, one sec. Yeah. There we got food. Oh my god, you're being so responsible. Was there something terrifying about her?
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of
Okay,
it.
you can watch. I'm not telling you to leave. I'm just telling you to make sure you take care of yourself.
Terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
No. Was there something bad about her? I want to
You
know.
already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her terriers, she was the most socially secluded
Aw,
and least
just so neat.
self-aware of all the
I'll hold you to that
instances.
promise.
Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
What happened?
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from
Promise?
accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games.
It was the tone
Dolores
again?
Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacific, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefreiter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
Thank you for the redeem, Apollo. I don't know which of these is really the right one to say here. She's somehow connected to the case.
She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't.
Yeah, I know
connected
you
to the
don't
case.
always enforce purity culture.
None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast, this isn't a good place to get lost in.
Reconstruct the crowd.
The shards glimmer in the dark. You see little
Okay, we can't do that. We'll come back later when we get better at that skill. For now, though, we'll head out. Because we gotta go check on that other computer now that we have a password for it. I mean what I say about that. I say what I mean. Matinee's waterfront. Alright. Oh wait, there's money over. Wait, there's a whole area over here that I didn't notice before. What the hell? God, I am not a perceptive person. Jesus. We're gonna keep the bag of bottles out just in case I find more of them. Or is this area not available before? Other window. People's feet shuffling by on the street. So it doesn't really seem to be actually very much more down here. It seems like it was just like a little layer. Okay, so there's just a little bit of extra money, but not really much else down there. Oh darn, you really exposed me, Apollo. Alright, let's see. What is in this?
tiles on the cube are still like a smooth draw. The speaker.
Good afternoon.
Yes, yes, yes.
Repeat. Good.
After life death.
Good.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Well, I think also part of it is that they, you know...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else? Thank you.
No.
Tiles on the cube are still with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing. A piece of paper unfolds. The
Let's remove
film
that.
slides out.
Read
It's
the
a
printout.
project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident.
A little bit
The
tired
first few
still.
pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about the workforce, who worked there, how
Fortress
long.
Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
Read about
In
capital.
its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished.
Where did they get all this money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Production sales,
The
whatever it
production
is.
schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy. It was impossible
Man.
not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million Riyal game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
So they were done in by their own ambition.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that what
Oh,
Morale
no.
Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Oh god, that's so much. Yes, go eat your food. How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that?
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
How bad could it be? Keep going.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently.
Keep going. I'm gonna fry the mainframe.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never...
Please stop. And that's it. Okay, so that's what did him
Well,
in?
yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
Oh, it's supposed to be the anomaly that Suna mentioned in the church
On the
log.
nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the World Untethered project was being compiled that day.
And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the
When the
air.
project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a copy of the game or a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer.
That explains why
has been
she's
attached.
been so committed to figuring out what went wrong.
S. Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Seems like a perfectly reasonable
That's
explanation.
not what her colleagues thought.
Anything else from this lead
The
programmer?
production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Let's read
4
those.
months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Nothing happens.
Wait, do we not get to keep the printout? Why wouldn't we keep the printout? Oh, we don't need that. Okay, well, I mean, that reveals what we were looking for, I guess. Let's ask her if she knows anything about it. About the data loss, I mean.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Let's try it. 3%.
You feel
Yeah.
nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortable.
Let's
has
not take
begun.
off our clothes. It does not seem like that would be a solution to this particular problem. Okay, let's... Also, let's change up our tools. The crowbar wielding freak once again. What's that? Man from Hemdall on the wildfire. Alright. I don't think I want to report the fact that I crashed or got drunk, blew my car through the sky off the back of a pawn shop, and then sunk it into the ocean. I think I might not go out of my way to tell the station that just yet. Maybe later, but not now. I'd be able to report at least something in. After half an hour. Is that good or a bad time or delivery speed? Because it does really depend on the place. I'm very happy. I appreciate it very much. Where are we going to? There we go. Can't see into the house from this angle. The cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering.
door has seen better days.
You know what? That's where we're going to be staying for the night, I think, actually. We should check it out.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night.
The key turns with a
I'm just going to check inside and see what's in here. Shaving.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap. The
Shaving my
water
cock?
reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red. Hair
Let's try.
unkempt. Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves. Thank
Let's
God,
leave it.
I would have cut your throat.
Thanks for that hand-eye coordination. Floorboards creak under our step. The waves, the sea, a church. Old science fiction magazine. Books about birdwatching, almanac from 39. Intricate engine hums. Oh. A new jacket.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. Adorned.
Oh, so we haven't investigated this place. Let's go up north a little bit more. I hope you got something good to eat. I won't say healthy, because I would be a hypocrite there. But I hope it's delicious. What's up over here? Belled Electrical. The long
The
dusty
remaining
windows.
windows rattle from a strong gust of wind.
Try to see inside.
Dripping water falls from a... There's rust and corrosion on
You
the...
see inside?
I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name.
We're just gonna leave him at that. I'm not gonna bother him about it too much. Nothing else really over. Oh, never mind. There's stuff over here. Okay. Party.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article
Touch
of
it.
cloth, if you can still call it.
Get closer
It's
look.
streaked with dried seagull shit.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
Could have been multiple seagulls.
A poet could write a dozen. You should still take...
Hope these aren't somebody's bottles that they're collecting to try and save some money. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. Maybe knows prescription lenses. Coin-operated weighing machine has been used for a decade. Another postcard. I'm assuming there's some sort of thing for collecting those. Tarp will keep out neither rain nor snow nor wind. Oh. Well, they tried. What was I supposed to say? Big wine canister, it's open and empty. I wonder if we were partying here. Oh,
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
that is
It
awful.
doesn't help. You can still...
What is
Don't
it?
you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach.
Something's not
The
right here.
lieutenant has... There's some tear. Two empty bottles of Toulouse.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. Red Astra is the black market version of. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it. It's no older than a day.
This is a
A man
corpse.
lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days. No longer.
Okay, so we haven't solved our
Returned
first murder,
yesterday.
and now we're on a second one.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day.
Study's
He's
clothes.
wearing mud-caked boots. Beige
I'm guessing what
trousers,
happened is that he
an
was
old
walking
brown
down
leather
here
jacket
drunk as
with a
shit,
bright blue lining.
took a
There are
step,
traces of kebab sauce
plank
on
fell
his
from under
chest.
him, that's why his leg is stuck like that. He fell, snapped his neck on the bench.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The
Man,
man
it's off.
has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk.
Oh, okay. I
and
thought they were
put
gonna
his
be like, we
head
have to figure out if
against
this was a
the metal
mortar.
bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
Examine
His
the
expression
face.
is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all.
Oh. Hi, Willow. You've come through at a very cheerful and optimistic moment. We found someone who died by accident. Fell through a
There's
boardwalk.
some dried blood on the metal bench.
I hope you're
right where
doing
the
well,
horse's
though.
head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is
I don't think
clutched
it's
in
you.
his fist.
But then again, it is a working class corpse beaten down by the bourgeoisie, so in a way, it's all of us.
Very, very careful where you step here.
Examine
a
his
dry
head.
chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
It's hard to say.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Examine the bottle.
0.75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels
Examine the
Grabowski
wrapper.
spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Step
They
on the
screech
floorboards.
under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. The entire boardwalk.
Who is
Looks
this?
like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just
I wonder
walk
who
over
his
here.
wife was.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen. A sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
He looks like me. I could have ended up just like him. Dead on some empty boardwalk with a bottle next to my
Well,
corpse.
At least you're not married.
Jesus, Kim! Let's heal up the morale a little bit, but what the fuck, dude?
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened
Death
here?
by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Could it be related?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Yes. But what if there's a killer on the loose?
You're right, connecting it
But
is a
any
stretch.
further evidence? Yes.
Think he was
Oh,
drunk?
yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver
Some
failure?
symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the park.
Probably trying to sober himself up a little bit with some food. Someone should be held responsible for this dangerous boardwalk.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. It does seem to be a From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own.
We found him. We'll
should
figure it
first
out.
examine.
Okay. Close. +1 logic. Hell yeah.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching
God,
sound.
this gets so
It's a
disgusting.
sordid, filthy tale.
Think
It
about it.
occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Ew.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Okay, well, let's not do that
The
again.
library card is folded into two.
My morale's
and
taking some
still
hits.
Slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
In the back.
If lost, please return the card to the library.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema.
Okay, fine. We'll figure that out or later. Help the Raver start a nightclub. Okay. Those floorboards look rotten and weak. God, this place is just covered in corpses all the time. Wait, didn't we? I guess we have to go around this way. I thought we'd walk right through that path earlier, but I guess not. Let me fall in a hole in the ground. Come on. Where's this free will I was supposed to hear, or I was hearing all about? I did see the guy with his kid over here looking at the failed electrical sign.
You see a once bright mural towering above you.
Okay, so that doesn't do anything, I guess. Take this. We can't take that ladder up. What's up with this guy?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son.
How do you know
this
about
building.
Kim?
Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
You and Kim, or no, what was that about the windows before?
Yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words.
You and Kim know each
No,
other?
I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Is Kim famous?
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its...
What's so fascinating about an empty building?
But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hmm.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not
I'm wearing
surprising.
multiple clothing
Only
items
a
from them.
vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era.
Interesting.
Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was the ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
Zam? Come on.
Indeed.
That's just a little close.
The revolution!
Oh.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying they built the boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed
Pleasure
in the
wheel?
war.
I'm assuming that's like a Ferris wheel. But...
Pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What'd the revolutionaries do with them?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Decret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
Sorry, someone's left a comment. Okay, I forgot. Ages and ages ago, like one of my old videos on YouTube was a the problem with Overwatch 2's feedback. The gameplay footage I used in the background, somebody killed me and said sit. So I said yes, sir. And that person replied and said on my dick. And I, in match chat, I said like, did I stutter? And it's funny to me that I'm still getting comments about that. That video is from like, when is that video from? It's from January, I think, isn't it? No, February, early February. I got a lot of comments on it back then, and I still get a lot of comments on it because I'm just like,
It's a beautiful
funny.
piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
it's just so concerning to me that this guy seems to be just like genuinely a nice, like a decent person, because I don't think this game has many of those. And I'm worried about what's going to be revealed about him. What happened to the engineers, the company
I'm
people?
afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here.
Oh.
Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
We'll leave the kid alone. We won't do that. Tape computers, right? How'd they work? Like radio
Actually,
computers?
No one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant. Exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Womty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Hughes joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dump. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty
Okay,
Dum Center?
the Wumpty Dumpty Dum
And
Center.
who the
Paul
hell
Ockerman, Keith and Guy Hughes. Who are you talking about?
The Womty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not. The Womty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Cool.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic...
Also, I hope the butter
forces of
chicken
the
is good,
revolution.
Willow. I
It
don't know if
pains
I've
me
actually...
to
Or no, I've had
imagine the
butter chicken, I guess, in high
revolutionaries
school, but
setting
it's been a
fire
long
to
time.
this precious
I don't think I
device.
ever had it good.
But so they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Oh. Failed playback experiment.
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the felt playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did they destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
I wanted to ask something else.
But of course, what else?
You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Could I have some of that unimportant money
Oh,
then?
no, I don't have it on me, officer. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed.
I do have...
No.
I just want to see my
Of course,
profiling
Detective, I
scene,
wouldn't have
sorry.
assumed anything else. Matter of fact, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former socialist states. Have you read it? If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind. You were saying?
Brief synopsis of this game. Okay, so what happened at... I'm going to find the Steam page for the synopsis of this. Because it is... there's a lot going on here. Do not play this trailer. You're a detective with a unique skill system at your disposal and a whole city to carve your path across. Interrogate unforgettable characters, crack murders, or take bribes. Become a hero or an absolute disaster of a human being. Trying to think about what would be the right way to... Basically, you start out the game as, like, a cop who has woken up after a truly horrendous rager. Like, the bender to end all benders. Forgotten everything about who you are, your memory, etc. You were supposed to be solving the murder of a private security officer, who I don't know if we can find his details in here. He was lynched in the back of the Whirling in Rags bar where we were staying, and we didn't do our job for a week, so the body rotted a fair bit. And now we're trying to piece together who did it. Well, we know who did it. It was the Hardy Boys. We need to figure out which one of them did it, why, and what's going on here. It's a very political game, so it focuses a lot on the political factions and organizations that you or alignments that you have, your personal belief structure. So, for example, our guy right now has an inexplicable feminist agenda. Mazovian socioeconomics is a thought he's internalized. He's a superstar cop, and he is going through white mourning. Also has a volumetric shit compressor because he was having a tough time getting through smelling the body. Now, I'm not sure. Actually, wait. I think we can look at our character cards. So yeah, we're mostly a superstar cop and a sorry cop, but also a bit of an apocalypse cop and a boring cop. Primarily a communist, but also occasionally an ultra-liberalist and a moralist. We have apparently killed 3 people, and we've been in service for 18 years. But yeah, we were apparently we were a very successful cop apparently at some point in time, and then things have gone off the rails. I don't really know how else to explain it, because it's like, it's one of those games that's really, really dense with what it's trying to say and what it's trying to do. It's super fun, it's super fascinating, but it's also very, like, it's very into itself, I guess. Intellectually narcissistic. Do you work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
The voices, yes. So these are all parts of my brain. That's our skill system. So each one of these is personified by like a voice in your head that are all trying to persuade you to think of things in different ways or offer interjections that pop up through skill checks. So somebody might say something like, I don't feel too sad about this thing. Your empathy skill might pipe up and be like, actually, I do think that they're a little bit upset. Or like authority will pop up and say like, you need to assert your dominance in this situation. Not all of them can be trusted. They are not all trustworthy voices. Some of them are just kind of shit stirrers. Drama is a shit stirrer. And we love that for them. Play the actor, lie and detect lies, yeah. So you can kind of pick and choose. You can have different skills, different abilities. They'll all kind of interact and interfere with you in different ways. It's a cool system of doing it, because yeah, like if you look through the like physical instrument represents a, like we succeeded here. If we failed, it just wouldn't tell us that something was available here. But it plays a lot like sort of a tabletop role-playing game with more of a, like if Baldur's Gate was just the talking bits and not the action bits, because you don't really do much action.
Lomantang stick fighting is
Yeah, so this is encyclopedia.
arts originating from the island of Lomantang. It uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent.
But yeah, so like encyclopedia will pop up if someone uses a strange word that you might not have heard of before, and if your skills are high enough, then it'll start to talk about it. If not, otherwise. Smash the voice? Because honestly, same. A form of martial arts in the Isle of Lomantang, right?
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition of the Harley people. The name deriving from the butterfruit tree traditionally used for crafting the long, slender sticks, whereas the sticks used in other cultures...
He does off as he paints you a comprehensive picture of the history of stick fighting among mankind, seasoning it with unexpected pop culture references.
God. He's just like me for real.
Man, he's good at speaking.
Okay, he's not like me for
People
real.
must love him.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying?
I just want to know how often you work out. Now and then, what's that, like once a week?
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
Hold on. Prolidin or addiction? What an interesting metaphor. Perhaps not a metaphor at all.
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative
Wait,
quality.
who are we passing
It
now?
helps to clear my head. But
Trent
anyway,
Heidelstrom? Thank you for all the interesting
well,
information.
Thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation
Empathy?
indeed.
Oh, yeah. they're all voiced by the same person, but they do all have like very distinct personalities, which I think is my favorite part of them. Like Drama is a messy bitch. Drama will show up and be like, "Oh, I think they're lying. You should say something real out of pocket." But then like, what's one of the other ones? Drama will do that. Rhetoric is very just enjoys people who like are good public speakers. Like it's a game recognized game kind of voice. Conceptualization likes to think about the bigger picture. Inland Empire is annoying as shit. I can't stand Inland Empire. It's just constantly getting in the way of shit. Which I'm sure says something about me that I'm getting annoyed by that. Esprit de corps is like your morale, your like connection to the people around you and stuff, and like it's very like this person, you must have a feeling with them. You must know them. It's so cool. Anyways, okay. Let's move on from this.
Your brain, if anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Some of them definitely come up more than others. Like we see a lot from Rhetoric. Fence blocks the path. No way on from here. I'm trying to think about who is like really not very present. Actually, yeah, definitely the ones. I mean, the thing is, these are my two higher skills, and their voices don't pop up unless you pass a skill check for them for the most part. So like, all of these ones are higher level than these ones, so these ones don't show up as often, which is kind of interesting because then it skews how you see the game. I bet if my skills were in the reverse direction, I would know a lot more about those other voices and would have heard very little from some of these ones, which is cool. What's going on here? Tiny cages carefully constructed. I bet this is our cryptozoologist.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary the crypto-fascist. Oh, okay.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morale the cryptozoologist.
What do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock.
Oh, wait, I just realized when I restarted the
streets
stream, I didn't... It deleted my pinned message.
Not like walking over a nice water lock.
Hold on, ignore this. Oh god. There. Okay, sorry, just had to pin that because I forgot before. Yeah, that was me. I broke the water lock with my motor carriage, but it's fixed now. You can go back.
You broke the water lock with a motor carriage. There was a billboard in the canal, not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
No, see, I jumped over the canal in my motor carriage, tearing through the Samaran Butter sign, which fell into the canal, blocking the gates. I used the pawn shop as a launch ramp.
Why?
It was an experiment to gauge the Capri 40's aerial performance. I'm something of a gentleman scientist.
Scientist. Yes, okay.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait.
I need to figure out what the fuck is up with Gary the crypto-fascist, because that sounds concerning.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer? Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Jesus. I don't know if crypto is really the right way to go about that. Peter? Wait, Peter? Who's Peter?
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep in mind for later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect
It
trap so we
does.
can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates, this man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
What Drama is saying is, he can't tell that I am both a drunk and a degenerate, so fake it. I am neither of those things, I can assure you. I am a by-the-books, clean as a whistle officer of the law. I'm not even tempted to touch intoxicants.
I've been tempted on occasion. But someone has to stay strong for Revacol.
Revacol?
He pronounces Revacol with a hard K, unlike other people.
You said Revacol.
I like to pronounce it the hard way. The old way. The Vespertine way.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to mispronounce it too.
I think you passed
It's
on
odd.
reaction speed.
It's a secret rite. A very fringe nationalist handshake, probably.
Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
You said yellow man. That's not something many people go around saying.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone.
Alright, I believe you. You look like the kind of man who knows it's a crime to lie to an officer.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash
Smashing
container behind
conceptualization.
the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
How did you get access to that trash
You're
container?
not going to find me, are you?
Hi, Cam. Welcome in. Also, thank you for the raid earlier. I'm sorry that I wasn't here for it. I was on a bit of a break. Welcome in, welcome in. I am for 20 real.
Okay, I deserve that. And I won't do it again.
Yeah, the
You have
ducks
my
are...
word.
Willow was also confused by the ducks, don't worry. Yeah, the ducks just sort of... They're like the idle screen while the stream is live, but I'm not actively playing something. Plus, they're just cute, and people can get them named after them. Peter.
I don't know what
Peter,
got
the
into
fascist.
stuffing my garbage in another man's property. I've been having trouble at work lately. The Koikos are price dumping us out of competition.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same sort of ideas, like the marbles
What
or
did you
whatever.
do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
How'd you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Well, Peter, why would you need to get in everyone's trash?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Yeah, that's what disgraces you. For sure. Sorry, this is like not working the way it's supposed to right now, and I can't fix it. Give me one sec. Why does Twitch never want to work? Whatever. We'll just deal with it as it is, I guess. Yeah, all's doing great. Thank you, Cam. I hope things are going well for you too. I've been a little bit out of it too because of school and everything. Oh yeah, I finished my degree. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. Or I don't know if I told you that when you were here, but yeah, I finally got my degree. Graduating with distinction and everything.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionics, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling in rags, into that trash container?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Ooh, exciting. Do.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
Oh, nice. Congrats on getting the lead. Also, yeah, definitely good, busy, but
Okay.
yeah, I get
I
what you
was
mean there.
coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor.
He has such a...
I don't know anything about it.
Nobody else has this accent, I don't think, that we've seen in this
An
game.
infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
Let's move on for
I
now.
hope I can help your investigation, in my small way.
Do you know anything about the
I
man?
told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
You were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one?
Yes.
Well, this is that racist.
Yes, our lucky racist.
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
The lieutenant is a native of Revachol.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his... not many...
Do you remember how, when we met... Well, this is that racist.
Will you grant us 3 wishes, Gary? No. Are you Gary? Are you a racist?
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites...
Do you have a problem with
No.
Sealites?
No problem at all.
Are you a cryptozoologist too?
I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Composure. Couldn't hurt to have a little bit more composure, could it?
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads. Sounded like beads. But what kind of beads might a man like Gary be hiding beneath his clothes?
Are you currently sporting some anal beads?
You wouldn't be able to hear if you were wearing anal beads. Please excuse my colleague's humor. Working this murder case is taking a toll on us both. You don't quite have to answer that yet.
What he means is, working...
Of course. Of course.
He forces a grin, no doubt hiding some colossal anal beads up his butt as he does so. I want to see what happens if we can push him a little bit further.
No. I help...
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Something worn underneath it?
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example.
There we go.
One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer.
You should be sorry to burn
I'm
3
sorry
fucking
I
skill
didn't
points.
tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
God.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Shut up, Morel.
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Give me the armor now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon, it is in your hands.
Why did you
Smelling
really put
of
those clothes in the
smoke.
trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Seolite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
He's realizing that they were on the side of the monarchists, on the side of the return to tradition. So he's very stupid, I think, is his deal. Like a fascist, but really has thought nothing through, which, to be fair, very fascist of him. Why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
Do you know who killed the hanged man?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that.
I
I
listed
wish I
bad.
could tell you more.
I should have never picked that as my name in Persona 4. I feel so stupid. I've given people ammunition. Anyways, how's your day going?
This is all he knows.
Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
Thank you for your cooperation. We've got even more pieces of the set. I'm taking your money. Heavy military blockades are riddled with bullets, crumbling. I suppose we can pry that stuff open over there with our crowbar. We'll go back to it.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
That's anything
You
interesting.
don't have a reason to. Yeah,
What's this
nothing.
about?
Just a hunch.
Buoy bobs in the water. It says number 11. Thank you so much for the very useful thought, Inland Empire. You guys can see why I'm not a fan of the Inland Empire, right? So, it loves to interject and say very little. No boat in the boathouse today. Boathouse is shoddily constructed. Strong breeze might blow it over. Bunch of paint peeling off the roof of the shaded bench covered in rust. Sign says Entrée interdit. I'm saying I'm overdoing it too much. I apologize. Overcommitting to the French. God, we're all lucky Peggy's not here to hear me say it. Oh my god, people just leave their money everywhere. It's always been the most unrealistic part of so many of the games that, like... what is that? So many games that try to, like, that have, like, random items scattered around where there's, like, yeah, someone just left a couple dollars everywhere. It's like, I don't think that's how that works ever. The door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. But game is game. true. Old ticket taker booth. No longer in operation. I just always found it silly because I'm like I get it, I guess if it was in like a wealthier area or a wealthier region where like nobody is going to be scrounging the area for extra cash. Section 8 coast hasn't been used in decades. But like, or I could get it in like a bigger city, but this is an area that's been like definitively picked clean by the people who live here because they had no choice type of thing. But then you'll just randomly see like a couple dollars here or there, and like 20 bucks is enough to get you a place to stay. That's a +1 health. And a whole, yeah, like 525, that's a quarter of what you need to rent a room for the night at the Whirling in Rags. Yeah, okay, like, I guess when it's a game that like is very clearly trying to do something that is not like literal and is not like a game like Doom doesn't really care to make its health system like completely logically rational. It's what's necessary for the game. But like this game is so tied to trying to do realism in so many ways and like depict the struggles of this really poor, you know, hard done by part of the world. But then it's like, yeah, and they also just casually have, you know, a couple bucks here and there. Rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. What is in here though, do you think?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
It's military. The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast.
Let's see what happens if we put on some of our interfacing stuff. Dang. I don't know if we have anything else that's good at interfacing, but we'll see.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably.
I still haven't played the Doom games. I really want to. I've seen a bunch of gameplay of them, but I haven't actually like. I think. Wait, do I own it? Sorry. I could have sworn that I had it from something. Like a... Oh yeah, I do have Doom. I think this must be the 2016 one. Oh yeah, I never played the originals. I wasn't allowed because I was an oldest child. And when you are the oldest child, you're treated like you are a baby until the youngest child has reached the age where it's appropriate for them to do the thing. I will be responsible with this. This is just to protect me from harm, not to show off.
Victory, you really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability.
Long sought after enemy technology. I can't just enjoy it, I must study it.
This is a highly specialized kinetic redistribute. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
Yeah, exactly.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot.
Oh, we still can't do that. Okay. That's still not enough. Alright, let's put on our old gloves. Also wait till the ad break is over. Someone made a campfire here a long time ago. There was a broken control tower. Did it really come out on the same day? Wow, lattice too rusty to climb. Sierra's eaten away. Its boat. Oh my god, we got a scented scarf. But yeah, like, my younger siblings all swear up and down that life is easiest for the oldest child. And I'm just like, in no way is that the truth. I'm so sorry. The younger you are in the line, the more things you can get away with. And also the more experienced your parents are with dealing with stuff, relatively. Hi M3, how you doing? I didn't know that Doom came out on the same day as Overwatch though. I guess when Overwatch came out, it did feel like that was kind of what took over everything. But yeah, it seems weird that it would like, I don't know, weird coincidence, but in a good way. Yes, I hope you're doing well, M3. Okay, so what's this one? This one rhetoric, -1 empathy. 10 days. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that would. God, that's gotta be rough. Like, that's a real. The car. Shit. Oh, okay, cool. No worries. I appreciate having people chat, but if you can't for whatever reason, then no worries for that. Wait, we're already up here. I think we've gone everywhere we need to go over here, so we might go talk to Lena and see if we can get her to recover this. Or see what her feeling is about us finding her husband, saying that he'll be back soon. What's this? Nope. Nolan Vincent, an unsuccessful model. Sure. But yeah, God, it must be so frustrating to be a game developer and like put out a game only to have it like completely swamped by something else that came out around the same time. Especially when it's something like Doom, because that would be like a, you know, like Doom 2016 was good by all accounts. Everyone liked it, or everyone seemed to like it pretty much, and it was really, really good. But yeah, having to compete with Overwatch back when the mania was like at its peak for that would not be a fun way to go about it for sure. Maybe I haven't seen enough of it then, because I think for me, like, I end up mostly just like its suggestions tend to be the ones I don't really care for all that much. That is super interesting. We're going to, yes, Lena, in here.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Ran into your husband on the
Goodness.
coast.
How is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up somewhere.
Oh, yes.
That's
my
true.
Morel.
It kind of ends up, the suggestions it gives are like,
Cold staying out there for so long.
what's the right way to put it? Like, hold on, where does it have it again? Inland Empire. Yeah, hunches and gut feelings, dreams and waking. Like, it's a little bit of like an incoherent one in a lot of ways. Cool for dreamers, paranatural investigators, mental creators. Inland Empire is the unfiltered wellspring of information, emotion, and foreboding. It enables you to grope your way through invisible dimensions of reality, gaining insight into that which sight can't see. What's really going? What do these enigmatic riddles mean for the world fate? Yeah, so it's kind of like... Okay, I guess it's your imagination then, basically, in general.
But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay.
Yeah, and
Thank
there have been a
you
bunch
for
of games that
putting
have
an
really
old
struggled because they
woman's
shared a
heart at
release
ease,
date.
if even a little.
You haven't, however.
I mean, honestly, okay.
There are dangers.
This might be a hot take.
Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until
I would say that happened to
safely
kind of anything that came out alongside the original Xbox, including Fusion Frenzy, of course. Because nothing is going to be remembered as the blockbuster of the original Xbox launch titles like Halo was. Anyways, we've helped her out. We've solved that journey. Yeah, I feel like that's the thing is I think like
You see a heavy steel door.
with Fusion Frenzy, I feel like most of the people I know about it played it first as a demo on another disc, like the one that just had it's Coliseum and Military Base, isn't it?
Can I help you?
Found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
I just wanted to apologize for breaking the great school by bringing you this ruffled grouse.
Okay. Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque.
Oh yeah,
Have
Twisted
a
System.
New bird in the
Yeah.
establishment, I guess. So I don't know.
Yeah, Twisted System was part of the I
I'm
think it
gonna
was
go
part of the
with
Coliseum ones.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it.
But yeah.
He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
Fusion Frenzy or Twisted System, Sumo was there. Tailblazers, like really a lot of the best mini games on it. Yeah, Twisted System, because for people who don't know, Twisted System was just like a it was like a reaction that you have to jump or duck under pipes as they came at your character on like a basically like on a treadmill type of thing, but like circular around a corkscrew sort of thing. And if you played it in the practice mode, you could play it until everyone got knocked out instead of just playing until someone won. So you could go on and on and on, and it would be like wild.
I feel good about our work here today.
It's not actually about that.
Also, yeah, okay, so with Esprit de Corps, that one is specifically like morale within a group. I talked about it a little bit in the philosophies video, like the one that's in the pinned comment. It's like specifically about like your morale, connection, identity within that, and like maintaining the morale of that group. Or like the spirit of them, I guess. I mean, obviously, literally, spirit of the group. Or spirit of the corpse, whatever, core. And so, yeah, empathy is more like an emotional resonance, I guess, with the people around you, like understanding how people are feeling. Esprit de Corps is more like, yeah, like maintaining the camaraderie of Station 41. Games tip, yeah, the games tip is literally just don't blink for that one. And you would, if you were like, as a kid, playing that one was so fun because you would really get like,
no, you don't.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
This is my way of apologizing for the trouble I've caused. Please let me say I'm
By
sorry.
causing more trouble, I think we're good.
I even have the PA
It's
system.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
What happened in
A
44?
lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
It's not a prop, it's for your clients. I know
Okay,
it's used.
yes, it's for some clients.
I'm a real client. I've paid my bills and I have a right to use the karaoke machine.
Well, we don't have any.
He's lying. But whatever, you don't really need his lame tracks.
It's alright, I have my own song with me. I'll give him the tape for Smallest Church in Saint Cyan.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown.
I feel like, honestly, there aren't a lot of launch console... Like, I think the original Xbox is kind of unique for that, because there aren't that many launch titles that I remember for very many consoles that were, like, brand new franchises or brand new IPs that I really think of as, like, the definitive game. Like, part of what makes Halo so unique is that Halo came out and it, like, you know, changed everything, and it was, like, a big blow up. But, like, I can't think of what would have been, like the equivalent of that for the 360 or the Xbox One or Series S and X or anything like that, like in terms of like a new franchise. Yeah, well there are a lot of games, and I think sometimes they kind of take a throw everything you got at the wall and see what sticks, and just not very much sticks. Yeah, Gart does not want to.
Fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
Time to do the damage. Hold on, let me just save real quick, because I just realized I haven't anyways for a bit.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The
Oh
air
god.
is thick.
I'm so worried I was going to fail that
anticipation.
one.
The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts.
I just really want to emphasize that this is how we're dressed. I've got a bottle full, or a plastic bag full of recycling and a crowbar. It is 5:53. Oh shit, it's like almost exactly the time it is in the real world right now for me. And we're about to go off with some karaoke. Also, love our purple bow tie. It helps with our drama.
I would often go there to the tiny church there. The smallest.
We heard that
church
voice a
in
few
San
times.
San.
Didn't realize that was actually Harry's voice.
Though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone.
Hey, Only Chief. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy the videos.
None of
Yeah, I'm loving this game. It's been so much fun.
No.
You catch his heart in
This matters.
the most emotionally rending part of the game. Honestly, that was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. That was pretty okay. Yeah, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. I hope your day is going well as well.
Not bad.
Yes, not bad at all.
Yes, the OG Somber main. Thank you. I don't need big crowds. I just need my friends.
Okay, yes. I'm going to unplug the microphone, so you can get off the stage.
I mean, yeah, it helps that I passed it. It might have been worse if I had failed it, but I think I'm happy that he gets to have his moment, because he's not been doing great at everything he's done. He would have hurt his soul.
Smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
I fucking rocked that shit.
It was alright. Subdued. I might start letting people up there again. Now, what can I do for you?
Goodbye. We did a mission. Savoir faire. Hard move. We'll leave that one alone for now, I think. Also, we do have one more skill point, so we'll save that. Because I burned a lot of them to try and figure out what kind of beads that guy was
The
wearing.
theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme.
What are its
clinging
hallmarks?
to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
Why am I in this? Why am I here? I mean, not the profiteers. I'm not making a profit off of shit. But I don't deserve to be lumped in with those filthy ultra-liberals. I just suck some dick. Leave me alone. Where do I get such a
It
crown?
comes free with a six-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic.
Rather know more about the
The
world of today.
contemporary period stands still.
I guess we're not getting to unlock a thought with that. That's okay, though. Wait, actually, okay. Let me just look through this, because we've got a fair bit going. Egghead puzzle. Sell dead body. Right, call the station and call the library. We'll call the library first to get information about the guy, and then we can call the station using that information, I think.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Hold on, officer.
Jamrock Public Library.
I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their library.
Alice is so nice.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Majon, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
Probably, actually, now that you mention it, I might have to ask with her, or ask her about her.
Yes,
Oh, we know her
are you
name,
still
don't we?
there? I found Billy Majon's home address. Is that all right?
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we
Address
go,
is fine.
sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Wait. Do you have any other information?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago.
You know someone who
But
was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Was this his Sunday friend?
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87. But we don't have it yet.
Billy's husband. So we've been assuming that Billy was the guy who died.
You have a name now.
So Billy Majon was a woman, not a man? How did your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Do you know the husband's
Sorry,
name?
no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can Marie describe to me what the husband looked like?
Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help.
That's all.
Anything else you need from me?
What about the
Sorry,
owner?
sir. I still haven't heard back from the database people.
Oh, okay, so
Try
that's
calling
for
again
tomorrow.
later.
Need to report a
One
dead
moment.
body.
Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, hit his head against the metal
We
bench.
suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
Nope, seems like it was an
No
accident.
field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. Found a library card in his
Any
pockets.
information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to someone named Billy Majon.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case? Or
We're taking the
I have
case.
assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in.
I think that's all.
57.
In the cabin, you see.
So the address on file for Billy Majon is 33B, or apartment number 20. But that was also... Wait, no. Oh, no, it's not the same apartment building. Okay. It's the same Oh, it's the building, but not the same apartment. I thought that's what they were saying. I was very confused. I was like, wait, is there going to be some contrast or some issues with the two of them? The apartments also exist. Yeah. That was what I was confused about. I thought they were saying specifically, like, that's the same apartment unit, not the same apartment building. Okay, that's right. Okay, yeah. And the working class woman is not here. Well, we need to wait until after 9 o'clock to go talk to the smoker anyways. So we might go try and find apartment 20. We haven't done anything that would affect our ability to do this, right?
An ordinary wall.
Yeah, conceptualization's still locked. Kuno and Kuno S are both there. I also still really do need to find my gun. What's this?
This door has been closed with a padlock. It's
Examine
a
the
solid
padlock.
lump of metal. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Why not break and
This
enter?
door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snapped.
After you, detective.
Unpointed poster of a White Star, real lithography. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. That statue looks a little familiar. What's this? 9mm bullet and a cement jacket. Interesting.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Father Mazov, the hero of the working
Whoever
class.
lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still
Kim,
keep
you have
the
to
ideology
admit,
going,
this Krasmazov bears a striking resemblance
Hold
to
on
me.
a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov?
No, it's really
Sure
coincidental.
it is.
Just humor me for a moment. Don't you see the resemblance?
Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns. But it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you.
Maybe his best chosen before he started drinking.
Very well. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you?
I can't tell. I can't see my own face.
But here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
I'm part
Okay,
Samaran.
you win. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway?
Because he actually wanted stability, or because actually he wanted stability and incremental progress. Because I'm a communard.
Alright, Kras. You fought in the revolution and everything.
Why they have
The
it
White
busted?
Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Damn, he's not a fan, huh? Fine, let's leave. We'll close the door.
You hear someone walking around.
That's number 10. We need number 20 is the thing. Wait, wrong way. Balcony, come on. Oh, yes, no, we can't get inside really from here, can we? We have to go into the other balcony. What do we get? Classic white summer jacket load bowed by the Elysium Communist Party and the accompanying subtropical drug traffickers. Fits you well regardless of your political ambitions. Love that for us. I find it interesting that the communists have picked up on white as their color in this universe. Wait, is this one 20?
A weathered brown door. The lieutenant. This is the door. You already know it's the right door.
You're
Should we
right.
discuss this?
Let's talk this through. We have our first preliminary identification. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task.
Do you have any
Then,
advice?
Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information.
Alright, I'm ready.
Lieutenant motions towards.
Hello? Who is it?
Is this Billy Majon's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
Police. A moment, please give us a moment.
There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
Come in. Let's put away this stuff. We'll bring out our notebook, make ourselves look a little bit more professional. Also, I'm going to ignore her and look around her apartment a little bit. Textbook for high school mathematics, trigonometry. Clock is ticking away with odd cheerfulness. Posters of contemporary pop stars. Thinking makes you anxious, rings hollow in the room. Sorry, Billy. I'm just going to check out your apartment first, if that's cool. I guess. I don't know. I mostly just mean it's interesting because, like, red has been so historically associated with communism and socialism, like, as a labor color in general, that it seems like kind of a... It's an interesting choice to... Like, I'm not saying it's a bad choice. I'm just, like... I'm curious to see what the motivation for it is. Yes,
I
maybe.
don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
Keep it together. You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often
This is
gets
gonna
into
be
all
hard, isn't
kinds
it?
of trouble. So, how can I help you?
How about some small talk before you
I-
break the news? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
97% odds.
You've done
Thank
this
God.
before. Just keep your focus.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Mejan, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
Your husband, Victor Mejan, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
It was an accident. He fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
We don't know yet, but we will let you know when the results arrive.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It couldn't have been
She
long.
blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls. God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
No. Take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her and leave the room.
You did well.
I could have done more.
You did enough. Can save the whole world, you know.
Can't bring the dead back.
What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
That's it?
We should get back to our...
Alright, this is closed then. I just feel bad. Just a meaningless tragedy. Yeah, it's somber. The bit about her kids is just the part that makes me the saddest, because, like, that's... You know... Like, they're not, like, very, very young by what was in their room. They look like teenagers, but, like... Still, it's a lot.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
I'd use a coat like that. The rain is freezing.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions.
I found my badge, by the way.
You did?
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Tiafreta?
I think we've gotten everything from her that we
More lessons
can.
in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Let's ask.
A strange cold. It's on the tip of your.
Glad to have been of his.
I don't think we really needed much more from her, but at least we got that experience. Oh, also we can probably. Oh, we haven't found our gun yet, though, is the thing. Have we gotten any? What was the last thing that we heard about the gun? Tracked any gun? Wait, actually, what did the rest of that say? Wait, is there another quest relating to that then? Yeah, we're getting closer to what we're looking for. We just need to find, like, because we found most of our uniform, I think, by this point. Did the Union? Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, ask around different people. So we could find Everard Clare and ask him about the body, or ask him about the gun, and see if he might know something. Because so far everyone else has not had a clue. Yeah, I haven't spoken to anyone in the evening.
That felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely.
Kim, I should tell people to fuck
Not
off
as a
more
general
often.
rule, but that one was justified.
Fuck yeah,
That's the
motherfuckers.
spirit. Never forget.
I don't really know what inspired that, but hell yeah. Let's also just really quickly... We haven't talked to him in a long time.
Right to work.
You've been able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so. Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
We're investigating a murder. These tattoos are on the victim's body.
Silence. He takes the hard as a stone, but beneath it, you see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In
Our
Benito,
colonel.
41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benito is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale.
I'm surprised that worked
Covered
out
in
as well as it
jungle,
has.
It was anchor point for the
I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that.
Seminese
It might turn around on
nationalists
us in a
in the
hurry.
proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
This guy is a scab leader, but he's really just astroturfed as shit. He's one of the undercover agents that, oh, what's her name? The person we were just talking to. Wild Pines had hired for her as their negotiator.
Some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic.
Don't interrupt him.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding.
Jesus.
We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know.
Oh, we do know.
Too old.
Joyce told us that they were... They're not the vigilantes. They're the they're like specifically like part of a private military company. I think he's their gunner, I think is how they described him. Mercs, yeah. Say nothing.
She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now.
Jesus.
Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. The man looks tired for a second. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
You were there?
No, I was somewhere else. That's just a guess as to what this one little star on his belly might mean. I'm just a bouncer.
You're not really a scab leader, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
Can I have it
Go
back?
ahead. All right, now.
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them.
Interesting. Are you up to anything over here, buddy?
Hola, wandering man.
I don't think so. We've got the key card to get in here, so we can hopefully see a little bit more of what's happening. I think we came in too late last time.
The file cabinet stands hundreds of, and the same. You already went through all of these. Hundreds, and the same you already went through. Remember, Leo, all items on the drawer.
Just wanted to see if it was going to be like, maybe there's something new now.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you...
I don't think we need to do that. I don't want to waste money either. Okay, we can't go out onto that platform, I guess. Yeah, this is where we had our bender.
This is the night. What?
Plane Arnu. I'm sure messing with the crane would do something, but I don't want to do it until I know at least a little bit more of what it would do. Like, I'm sure we're going to figure out what might happen. And I just want to make sure that if I do it, it's the right thing to do. I don't want to accidentally disrupt the labor action or anything before I have a chance to talk to Everett there. Head inside. Still lukewarm. There's someone here.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Let's get straight to business. There's a dead body in a
Welcome,
tree.
Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
I really know what I was expecting him to sound like or look like, but
I'd offer you
not
my
this.
hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
I'm sorry, the ads are doing what the
He
ads
looks
do.
extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best.
Fine.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Not a very good read of that line, but sure. Try to wink back.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's
Welcome back.
violating your backside.
Oh, by the way,
Why is it taking away
I heard
health?
you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his
It
desk.
should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
You know Gart?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show.
Take
Is
it.
there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
No, it's cool.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost
Oh,
gun.
well, that was the right person to
Let
talk to
me
about
assure
that.
you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
This is want to run completely out of
When
health.
he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
He didn't say don't worry, did he? Yeah, there's no point in this where he says don't worry. I don't think, does he? Yeah, he doesn't say don't worry. How do you know about our lost
I know
gun?
everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's
Should not have sat in the chair, should not have taken the check.
Who does this guy
We're
think
fine.
you are? Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him.
Wait, that's our point of crime here, or point of pride here. Smiling across your hands behind your back.
The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
Listen, Everhart, pal, we both know what makes the wheels of the world turn.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
Nice bit with the chair, by the way. Good way to keep your guests on
Why,
edge.
Thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
I'm not saying I'm corrupt. I'm rational.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man.
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Aren't you gonna ask me how I got in?
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil.
It was a tactic. I needed to get in somehow. It's not like I'm a racist now.
Of course, Harry. Of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. And rest assured, no one's going to hear about it. No one's going to know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me.
You can see the map of Revachol in your head.
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
How'd you know my name?
I know everything about you, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you. Very juicy stuff. And the word on the street is your memory is a bit hazy. If that's true, maybe I can help you out. Do you a little favor, so to speak.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
Memory's fine, don't worry about
So
it.
good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you would have a spot of memory trouble, well, let's just say a fat juicy folder could really fill in the blanks.
Words flow like a rip. I guess word has already reached him.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Harry has some questions he needs answers to.
Don't be rude to my partner.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Do you know where I
Of
live?
course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
What kind of cop does it say I am?
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar.
That's what I like about you, Everard. You get me.
Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you
The giant neon sign reading Harry Dubois, hanging from
Finally, the Inland Empire says something I like.
can be seen all the way to Jamrock. Somewhere in Birova, a beautiful woman sees the bright glow on the horizon and says to herself, "Oh my God, I shouldn't have left him."
Anything about my family?
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in
Oh, he
here.
sounds very sleazy
Unless
and
you
very
think
chummy.
you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
I think I do. I'd be a wonderful father.
Yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry.
Where'd you get the folder?
This?
This translates into, "Aha, you guys are so corrupt."
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
Have another look at the folder.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
It's on an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau.
Yeah, it
not
was a
the
trick.
RCM. Those Census Bureau
The stuff
people
about like,
are
oh, I don't know if you're a
absolutely
family
terrible.
man.
You should do something about them.
I know where you live in general, but not specifically. Yeah, that's census shit. That's not... Because if it was from the RCM, the people at the RCM know about my fucked up whatever is going on with my ex. They know about where I live more specifically, but this just is like, oh yeah, you're in
You got
Jamrock.
the name from the Census Bureau.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now...
That means a pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
It turns out the strikers are being served an alcoholic brew. I made it even stronger.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the big picture stuff. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry.
I met Joyce, the company
Oh,
representative.
That's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see.
I could have
I hope you're
sworn you
getting
guys had had a
along.
conversation.
One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals.
Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinaise. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Gamon?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that
He's an
go?
old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost never angers visibly.
Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Joyce didn't mention a casserole.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
That much is true. His heart truly is in it. Though you wouldn't think so by looking at him. If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
I find it a little
I'm
odd.
just a nice guy, Harry.
Oh,
I wouldn't
just a
be where
nice
I am
guy.
now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Yeah, Inland Empire took a bit of a shot. Yeah, he's laying it on a little bit too thick. Everard, Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her.
Yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get in here. He doesn't want to see her.
Alright, let's
Of
talk about
course,
something else.
Harry. Let me just assure you, I have no interest in what she is doing. But I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this.
Why though about which part? The Sorry, it's hard with the delays to keep track of which ones are responses to.
My singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find.
Don't worry about apologizing, it's no big deal. I just end up I want to make sure I can answer the questions. I feel bad when I can't keep track of what's been said at what point.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
I'm told the union is involved. Let's finish investigating the local drug
Got
trade.
a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder.
Actually, Rivershell doesn't have a mayor. He refuses to discuss it further.
Alright, have a
It's
good sleep,
probably
Torret.
just a
Thank you for
small
being
use
here. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Okay, no worries then, M3.
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Could you help? Or no, I want to talk about the hanging.
Of course. That's your main thing here. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there's a but.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good.
Let's do some chapstick.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
Is that true? Are we door opening
I'm not
machines?
sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Whose door?
No one's. It's just a weasel.
Why don't you open
I'm
it?
a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
My extraordinary physique. Yeah, sure. Oh, shit.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
What do you mean by a
loud,
weasel?
Blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open.
I bet you don't even know
Harry,
anything
my
about the
dear
hanging.
friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I'm
Fine, we'll look into it.
fantastic, my friend. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Look at my lost gun.
Your lost gun. My best Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and...
They already have my gun, don't they?
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Could he really hold my
Who
gun
knows?
hostage?
Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only
We don't
way
tell him
to do
anything.
it.
Does this mean I do things for you? I'll get my gun
Damn
back.
it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
He is not.
Of course. I understand.
Tell me to get
You
a
might
dead
have
body down
noticed
from a
there's
tree.
one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
I think he... I mean, I'm assuming that what he would have done is track down whoever bought it, but I don't think he necessarily has.
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union...
And it's been like 3 days since that's happened, at least, so...
Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
You're a community leader. Help your community
I
out.
can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And Jean, please take it easy with the race science. That's a yes to getting the body down, no to the race science. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates. He's the big impressive one. You know, tattoos, muscles, ethnic looking. Can't miss him. Great guy.
Yeah, great guy.
Wait.
That's a short description.
You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Wouldn't want to get
Here,
stuck in here.
You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man.
$25 real. That's not even that much. Constable's rent. Jesus. Worthless in a pawn shop. Shouldn't have sat in that fucking chair. Let's talk to you a little bit, see if you got
hey,
any.
mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I've
Some questions
no
for you.
trouble at all, mister.
Okay, never mind. Nothing new from him. Alright. Let's see here. I really hope this is the kind of game that allows me to like work with him and be like, yeah, no, I'll totally do that. And then when he's like, all right, I did for you what I told or what I said I would. Now you have to do this thing for me. I want to be able to just be like, no, I don't want to. Fuck you. What are you gonna do? Make me? I can't face consequences. I'm the protagonist. Also, if he gives me my gun back before, then that's a win. I would like to find out the gun stuff myself, though. Get the body down, measure head will take him down. An apartment door. I wonder who the weasel is. Manana.
How'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man, too. probably.
Labor utopia.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye. Like men of the plain.
You have a key to a
huh?
door.
What door is this key supposed to open?
He said it belonged to a
Oh,
weasel.
say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
Local polar weasel? Jesus. Not opening this door for myself. I'm opening it for all working
I
men.
knew this man was a commie. And it's a good thing you're doing too. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse.
That
That's
one.
behind the whirling in rags.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person when he'll be
I'm
home?
more of a philosophical doctor. I like to talk about the big picture stuff.
He means he's not going to tell you cause he doesn't know who he is and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Any idea about the Hardy
Those
Boys?
Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of
Independent.
like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Why are you
We're
striking?
negotiating our share.
Or share?
Aye,
How large of a share would you like?
all of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
I love that it's rhetoric saying this too. Are you a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
But the stuff you do aligns admirably well with the World Republic. Why not call yourself a communist?
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. And they have good analysis. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one, which may well be communism.
Interesting.
He knows who he is, firmly grounded, has no need to reinforce or elaborate his political identity to himself or others.
This is really tempting. Sounds like you're a communist who thinks he isn't doing enough to call himself one.
See, I am primarily a lazy person.
That's interesting though. His comments about I know where I stand for now, but maybe that won't be where I stand, and maybe eventually where I will stand is communism. But for now, where I am suits me. It's interesting. You tell me about
I think
Everard?
it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is I guess you kind of get to be the
Decent
village
businessman.
chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
Welcome back.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this
Let's
world,
talk. Ooh, nice.
the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
You're right. He's very aesthetic.
Okay, he's reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion.
So he basically was like, yeah, I mean, like, he's corrupt. And of course he's living a little nicely off of it, but he's just being honest.
Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
It's so fun. And I've talked, okay, I promise not to do this every time we get into one of the conversations about politics, but it is so interesting to see this, because I remember, like, when I was working in politics more, a lot of the people who I knew were, like it was a left-wing party, and you'd meet people from all ranges of that, from, like, pretty much just centrists who like the aesthetics of being relatively progressive to like hardline communists, like people who are like very, very, very left. There's friends a few of them, and like it's interesting. Thank you, Empty. I'm sure somebody can compile all of this and form a very interesting picture of me. But one of the things, and I talked about this before actually, I guess myself too, where I was like, one of the most frustrating things when you were dealing with politics from a leftist perspective is often dealing with centrists, which in this game, like moralists are the centrists, because centrists are not honest about where they stand with stuff. Like, I think part of what he's kind of saying here is basically like, you know, everyone's corrupt, but everyone else at least gets it. The moralists are the most corrupt because they think that they are morally superior. They think they're above it because they found the middle ground. I don't know. There's some. Again, this is just like with Joyce. It's interesting to see how the game is obviously willing to like, you know, satirize and poke fun at political ideologies and political visions, but it's also willing to like bring in a version of them that is like recognizable in the real world. Well, that's the thing though, is that that's part of why a leftist or even like a very conservative person will argue that the centrist is the problem. Because the centrist thinks they can find the middle ground. They think they can appease everyone, that, you know, there's the left, there's the right, and the solution is somewhere in the middle. And conservatives and leftists alike would both be like, no, there is a right and wrong answer. You can't split the baby, especially on everything. You know, do you go with labor? Do you go with the businesses? Do you go with, you know, if you're a far right person, you would be a lot more. I mean, I can't, I guess, speak as hard on the far right stuff because I'm not as related to it, and I'll just end up sounding mean about it, I guess. But like, regardless of what it is, I guess it's okay to be mean to those people if you can be competent. Either way, yeah. So yeah, I think like, because that's, I'm not even necessarily saying that he's right or wrong. You can think whatever you want to think about that position, but like, I don't know. It's interesting to see that position reflected in this, where like the frustration with centrists, not competent. Content. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, if you can be content with the status quo, then yeah, like it makes it easier to be a centrist and stick with it, and you know, not Yeah, I was confused about contempt because I was like, I don't know if that. I was wondering which part of that it was maybe which part of that it might be getting lost. But yeah, back to the man on the rail. I think he seemed to spend a lot of time thinking about the political situation.
I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
Maybe I am a Boyadero. No. Unless...
No. The man sits on the railing.
An idiot who killed the hangman.
Eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The merc was hanged with a very specific type of a cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport areas. For example, harbors.
What a thought. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed how?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
What does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself. He means a more violent faction could easily take care of such a thing.
Understood. This has been of limited use.
Incorrect,
Still,
Kim.
Thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search.
Anything about the Hardy
They're
Boys?
sort of like you.
Okay, so we have already gotten everything at him. Interesting. I think also part of it is that, you know, he's not going to call himself a communist. We know that man's a merc corpse. Yeah, we already knew that, though. That was well established by this point. But I think in terms of what he tells us, it's more about like the idea that this is more of an open secret within the Union, that like it's not just the Hardy Boys who are saying that. It's like everyone is on the same page about the fact that like, oh yeah, we were supposed to talk to Jean, get him to take down the body. Oh, Kino's gonna be so upset that his target practice is gone. Poor guy. I want to talk to Jean anyways, but we have to. Yeah, big guy. Didn't he say he was going to be down here somewhere? Maybe he's just still up at the bridge where he was supposed to be before.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior to give me orders. I salute you.
Thank you for the redeem, Apollo, bringing back the purity culture.
The tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you.
Everyone voice line. I hate to inform you, it is not your voice line. Purity culture came from somebody else, tragically. Lieutenant, what if you want to do that?
Uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way.
Okay then, go.
See that they stay here the whole time.
Yeah, the box behind him. I'm interested in seeing what's in there. Because we will stay here the whole time. There's not really a reason to not. But I would like to get into that box if we can.
The woman's gaze.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
Yeah, we're the law around here.
Ooh, I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
Ekaterina Petrovna Zamolodchikova. But your dad just calls me Katya.
You hear that? That sound? He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there.
I also wish I could see it.
RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everard's
Like red
lapdogs.
scare with the long blonde hair, always
where
keep
it's
it
at
coming back
now?
for more.
The RCM
You're
is
a
for
basic
sale.
asshole, and it's your time to go, so bitch, let me show you the door.
Spoken by a
It's me who's getting laid, and I'm always getting paid. The only high-class Russian whore. I'm a scorching hot mess in a skin-tight dress that's rash, not a herpes sore or herpes sore. Lenin in the streets, Dostoevsky in the sheets, baby. Are you ready for this Cold War? Katya Zamolodchikova.
The man turns to look behind
Sergei,
him at
I know.
the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
I know the other verses, but Katya's is the most fun. And they're all fun. Katya's is the most fun to do in the accent, though. That makes it most
The
engaging.
corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Farewell, ham sandwich. You are a union man from now on.
Aw, we're a union man
we still
now.
need to get into the harbor.
We have gotten into the harbor, haven't we? What more into the... Oh, I guess we have to... whatever. I think we're almost about to unlock the homosexual underground, and that's what we're going for. Oh yeah, I guess we should probably redeem our comically large checks sooner rather than later so that we're not carrying that around, because that's probably mildly incriminating.
Is this about the questions again?
Need to exchange this.
Wow, I didn't know you worked for the Union, sir.
She's seen it before.
Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the Union. The Union works for you by supplying you with cash.
I'm so glad Rhetoric is there to make me feel better. Yeah, we'll go check on the body right now. Homosexual Underground, I think, is the name of the thoughts. You have all these little thoughts in your head, and I believe that one of them that you can get is the homosexual underground. That's what we're trying to unlock anyways, with the smoker on the thing. What does this do? Bad PR. There's something you can't get out of your head. Krasmazov, the father of scientific communism, the premier of the Communist Party of Shestingrad during the anti-centennial revolution, head of the 11-day government, sideburn-toting, bearded figurehead of the movement, shot himself in the mouth and died. One day in his cabinet, as things were collapsing around him, just gave up. That's not good propaganda, is it? Be a communist, shoot yourself in the mouth. Something about this irks you. Let's figure out more about this. We're internalizing the suicide. Want to be a real communist. I want to see how far I can push the cop. I want to see how far Harry will go into being a radical feminist. Wait, no, I guess actual radical feminism. We've got an inexplicable feminist agenda that could eventually evolve into a revolutionary feminist agenda down the road, I believe. Right? Yeah, homosexual underground is the one we're looking for. Advanced race theory we've already forgot about, so we aren't going to be able to get that back, thank God. And look, we have a good amount of money now, too. Corruption works. Let's investigate the corpse. Yeah, we've got one skill point right now.
Lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch.
Did he just, like, grab him and pull?
Gently laid on one side.
Well, it's down.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
Field autopsy?
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about? Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
Don't we have someone else for this, a doctor?
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work, everything.
Wait, honorary rank of detective?
No, and the burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able. Usually after 5 to 8 years of field work.
Yes, I feel like a detective.
Your station would not have assigned you on this.
I think this was a part of this I was supposed to have done much
Now,
sooner, but I fucked up every element of getting him down from the branch.
His glasses and takes a deep breath.
What exactly is a
Come on,
field
officer.
autopsy?
You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit. And the failure of the 38 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Song. I want to know what that means. See, but this is the kind of useless knowledge I know. Et puis the song is and then blood. At least in French, which I'm assuming this is. Et puis the song. Interesting. Why don't you know? What use are you?
You must have me confused with the Copperpedia.
So who's the Copperpedia? I think I need to talk to him.
Sir, you are the Copperpedia.
And do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
Gardening gloves, maybe they're enough?
Better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things while you will take notes. That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Open your ledger at the field
dead man
autopsy form.
stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first.
One assistant. Harry Dubois, Lieutenant W. Factor.
The corpse is indifferent to your
KK-57.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57
Shouldn't we arrive
equals
at...
precinct.
No, we're just going to write it down. We're not going to be a bitch about it.
We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's better than nothing. Write it down.
Le nom de
What's
guerre.
next?
Date of birth.
NA.
Age?
Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write around 42.
He nods.
Race?
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex?
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Write male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 05.
Evidence of treatment.
At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
Not so sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried
They'd
over?
have to have incapacitated and carried him over.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbat puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination
Close.
summary.
The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
When am I gonna get them?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away.
Omit the
boot
boots.
has a serial number. It's E50.
Write it down.
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Write it down.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max.
Thanks,
Talking
Kuno.
shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with ligature
that down.
mark.
hard. After all, it's obvious the material cannot be
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Good thing we've got these chain
Always
cutters.
need to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the bell to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for a good
The
spot to
belt
cut.
is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread.
Oh, this is
rising
bad.
from the east.
Those aren't good odds. I don't like that.
After some
Oh, shit.
preparation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together. Sweat.
Yeah, that
forms.
was not seeing that going our way.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No, it's gonna happen, see?
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Right down and move
Back
on.
is symmetrical and intact. Upper
They'd be
and
funny.
lower
I don't want to deal with
extremities
the
are
Kuno and
intact,
Kuno S.
but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
Scoring is extensive, way more than a law official's.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars.
Right
Last
there.
item, hands.
Let the lieutenant
Hands are
work
clean.
alone.
No sign of a recent struggle. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Internal.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Nope.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder, and bile.
Am I?
Nothing in your alcohol-soaked milk.
think so.
Neither am I.
Right,
Same
NA.
for toxicology and serology. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Met the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of
Let's see.
injuries.
We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What's the 4th
Nothing.
for?
Just in case.
What injuries we have
Oh.
inflicted?
So we inflicted that?
Okay, I have inflicted.
Okay, so there's a spin-stabilized munition from a Kiel A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung. I don't think we should mention that. Better not to muddy the waters.
I agree. What is a marina?
Why don't you fuck?
Now, injuries.
Bite
Head,
marks.
chest and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuna. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest.
Non-fatal post-mortem.
Next.
Ligature mark.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Opinion, fatal injury.
We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First, how'd it go?
We established probable cause of death. We were thorough with the list of injuries.
Okay.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something? You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone to sleep. You run your hands over the victim's cold body. The corpse seems to you.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
No idea. Got a gut feeling there's more to this corpse.
Well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination. And hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building?
Why, yes, there was. It was massive. Red eyes glowing in the dark.
Why, yes, there was.
Now, detective, I've rarely been disappointed by the size of a giant ice bear fridge. But I think we should still take a look at it first. Make sure it's big enough before we carry him over. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for.
We'll check that out, and then we'll go talk to this.
Only the red cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the black one lights.
Right, the red one does turn on the fridge. We turned that on for reasons I wasn't really sure of before, but now it seems like it was the right call because we need it. I'm guessing it is going to be big enough.
His eyes are still glowing red.
What do you think?
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious.
But the optics on this are awful. Your visual confirms. You could fit 2 more bodies in the ice bear fridge.
Shall we go and get the body then?
Let's
the
do
body
this.
is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement. Then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in an ice bear fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Of course you don't. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in an ice bear fridge. This does not leave this room.
We did our best with the means at our disposal.
Did we though? Okay, maybe we did. At least we've
Oh, yeah, no, we already had it turned on.
Decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse.
We're gonna head out. My only concern is that my morale is kind of fucked right now, and I don't really know what to do to fix that. Yeah, we'll need to figure something out about how to get those boots off of him.
Hey, was that
Well, well. Bringing in that new but
another thing? Yeah.
No, okay, nothing else to do with you yet. I think I'm gonna leave Kim Kisaragi. Or do we bring him with us? We probably bring him with us for this, but he'll probably be mad if we don't bring him along with this. We just won't bring him along for the boots. We'll tell him that someone else stole the boots, if and when he asks. He won't believe me because we've put the body in a fridge that is only really known about to us. But we could also say, I don't know, Kuno saw us walking in there with the corpse, presumably, as did Kuno S. So, like, either way. It is past the time now to go out into the balcony and begin this arc for us. I need it. Maybe from the store. Let's save.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights.
Just call him a twink.
Its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Also, he's leaning up against the wall of
it
the
feels
park.
like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
Got your hint. Found the key under that
Beautiful.
stone. As he looks at you, something sparkles in his eyes.
Are you here to make things right again?
That's what I'm aiming
Beautiful.
for, yes.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
I'm really digging the view here.
That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you're digging things?
Very well, I'll talk to him. But first, I want to talk to you. I have
That's
so many
nice,
questions.
but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Run where?
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Only if you promise we'll talk again. It's important.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Why is he always leaving, Kim?
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery.
There's something so different about him that I can't put my finger on.
Of course.
There's something so mysterious with the way he talks and
Something
moves.
so mysterious about the way he talks.
Very mysterious.
Very.
He's barely holding it together.
Come on, detective. Let's go. We've got...
I don't know if that was the right dialogue option, but it was a funny one. A quarterly business magazine. His Sunday friend doesn't really look too much like him. Party Dragon Silk Robe. Okay, come on. We can't not wear that. Hell yeah. And maybe add in this for some extra drama. I think that looks quite nice for us. What's up here? Same old apartment dated year 01. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers. Sunrun conical hat. Exquisite canopy made of metal. Dishes soak up in a pot. Empty ashtray. Flyers for underground parties.
You have acquired the robe. Keep it, officer. It looks good on you.
Oh.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Monsieur Laclé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
Before we get to that, tell me where you got this beautiful silk robe from.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is good. Sadly, the shop is now out of business. That's really all I can tell you about it.
What was that? You were supposed to...
Shut up, Half-Life.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook.
And we don't get to ask the other ones? That's annoying. Can you tell me about your friend?
My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
That's Kedra.
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
What do you mean?
That it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
But that doesn't tell me anything about Kedra itself. Is it warm there? Cold? Something in between?
It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra is an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's menage decided to emigrate.
How did you two even become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
You're describing how the coalition occupied Revachol.
One of the wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have his own opinion. And not just allowed, encouraged even. Have you ever tried debate?
What do you mean?
Debating. You should consider joining a debating society for adults. I hear they're oodles of fun. I used to have a flyer for one, but...
You do look like a debate
now that
guy.
I start thinking of it, it was for an improv.
Oh, he does. He is a politician. He's connected with
It's this funny theater thing, you know?
the
Very creative.
works with the coalition government. Works for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Surleplay. So he's a price stabilizing is his business, I guess. But he is a politician. He's in government at least.
People in professional attire standing around a chair, awkwardly pretending to be waiting for a motor bus. It's neither funny nor creative.
You still haven't told me who he is.
Who?
Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about
But I
him.
told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts?
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Sorry, who? But I told you,
What's his real name?
officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal... He's deeply...
Okay.
He's a truly free spirit.
What are you doing in his apartment all by
just
yourself?
enjoying the view.
Isn't it? Or what view? It's dark outside.
Listen.
What? I'm not hearing anything.
The Insulindian Bay.
What about
This
it?
place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
I was asking about your friend.
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure I'm just enjoying the view.
Isn't it rude for your friend to leave you alone like
We are
this?
friends. Nothing's taboo between us. He comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very active.
It's a mess
I'm
in there.
all ears, officer.
What's an official like you doing in
The
Martinez?
coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
But why are you here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
So you're some kind of bureaucrat.
Yes, as I said before, I'm a commissioner from Sur-Lac.
Okay,
Wait,
whatever.
there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the moral intern is joking or not.
What is the price stability?
It is the most important thing.
That doesn't tell me anything.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential, which is essential for many.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Below 2% of what? The
Not
previous
too far
year.
below. No.
You're not answering my
The
questions.
coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability.
Sure, give me a leaflet.
Sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line.
Yeah, so
Making information
transparent.
available is part of the moral. La
International
communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the... It's
Moral
the
intern.
international
You're a
organization. But
moralist.
of course,
But
because
why?
moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Are you a moralist, Kim?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM.
A very moralist answer.
Yeah, a non-answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
What is a normal, stable
The
world?
Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje,
Martinez is very normal.
Martinez,
What about the rest of the
Revachol
vessel?
is generally difficult, but they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
It's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D, none of the above. Is that moralism? The answer is yes. The thing is, I want to get more out of him.
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Yes, everything else is super
Sounds
extreme.
like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed. An ideology for doers. Are you a
Yeah,
doer?
doing nothing.
It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Whatever you wish, officer.
You witnessed the
I'm sorry to
lynching?
say I did, officer.
Start from the beginning.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
Who were they? Can you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
Yeah. How many of them were
I
there?
couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Any of them huge? Like 200 kilograms huge?
Giant you're describing. No
And like
drummers?
drummers?
Wow.
I think we can drop the
Yeah, what happened
Back
next?
inside.
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see. All
they
men,
men,
I
really?
presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
But we are fairly certain.
You're sure at least one of them
It's
wasn't a
possible,
woman?
officer.
What
I believe
ethnicity?
they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
What happened next?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public.
What do you mean nothing happened? They lynched the guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Why didn't you call the RCM?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
And check
My
your watch.
Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
You didn't actually witness the hanging itself, did you?
I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Those are all my questions. Thank you for your time.
Anything I can do to assist the RCM.
Tell me about your friend.
My friend. What about him? I'm all ears. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
I'm not going anywhere. I just want to look around the apartment.
Go ahead.
I mean, we did find the hat. Does he want the hat on too? What happens if we just wear the robe? Nothing of value.
Was there anything else?
Tell me about your friend.
My friend. How did any of us become friends?
No one becomes friends, huh?
I'm all ears, officer. Of course. I'm glad I could help.
Okay, I don't think he actually had much more for me to do. Tragically. Oh, this is normal. A bit mundane, if anything.
Yes?
Was there anything else? I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Easy, detective. No need to...
Because I...
He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner.
Officer, it's very difficult.
He hoped...
Yes, we've already seen this stuff. I thought we might get something funnier, but...
Sounds like the victim wasn't...
What happened
back
next?
inside.
Yes.
Were you able...
Officer, well, that's the... Eventually, their shouts died. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time?
All I can say... My watch. No.
It seemed... I think we...
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Anything I can do to assist you. Of course.
Politician is never off the clock. Let's just save really quickly. Part of me wants to wander around like this a little bit, see how anyone reacts. I don't think I will put clothes back on. I think this is funnier. At least for now. We'll see if somebody reacts negatively, and if they do, maybe we'll change. I want to see how she'll react to me dressed like this. If she will.
You're back. Good.
Talk to
You
Everard.
have. And how did you like Mr. Clare?
It didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually, corruption. That's how he's done it.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be...
Do I look like somebody who would gossip?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about
I helped him turn up the heat on the
Did
boards.
you now? What sort of
Cook makes it to
borscht
keep the
is
strikers
it?
drunk.
The strike brew. That's a classic.
Yes.
Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk, aren't they?
Yes, detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
An act born of sympathy for the working man is that fighters against the struggle.
Truly. But that's how he operates.
A strange equanimity has overtaken the lieutenant. He's just going with the flow now.
What else?
Everard is having me find
Oh.
again.
That's so... helpful. Oh,
The lieutenant looks at you. He's able to When I said, be wacky,
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going?
No.
Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought. Of
Yeah, let's
course,
talk about anything
until
else.
then, is there...
That's all for now. don't think the smoker is back on the balcony. I wonder how the smoker's gonna feel with me taking his robe. Hi, Stitch. We're actually just about to wrap up for this stream, but we'll be back in a little bit for some more games. I think we'll be playing... On the schedule, it's supposed to be Overwatch. I think I might do Mystery Dungeon instead tonight, though. Something a little bit more chill and relaxing to end it off on. Played too much Overwatch this week. It's burning me out a little bit. Yeah, his Sunday friend might, but it depends on whether or not he comes back to talk to his Sunday friend before I see him. Kuno's gonna call me a slur if I go over there. Oh yeah, we'll check for magnesium shortly too. Does anyone remark on my clothes in this, other than him?
Oh, hello, dear. There you are.
Nope.
Hey, was there something you needed?
No. Let's... Oh, we have to go outside, I guess, for that. Yes, we're gonna go grab some magnesium. We're gonna drop off, or we're gonna go to the restaurant, or not the restaurant, the place that we're renting, the shack that we're getting for free. And then we will go steal the boots once Kim has gone to bed. Oh, no, not this. We need to buy some medicines.
You see several packaged raincoats.
What is what? If you want to buy...
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Batiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope... Okay, here. I hope Saint...
There. It costs a bit of money, but at least we'll have some coverage for all this, the various physical and moral injuries that we're taking.
It's getting cold, this late in the night.
Good night, officer.
Maltese. I'll see what, fuck it. We're just gonna use up one. Might as well end the day at good health, right?
The bear's eyes are still glow. The body is whatever you're planning to do. It's not completely useless. You're able to it's not completely. It feels like the leg is going to... See? The corpse doesn't care if you try to take his boots.
Just the
He's
same
too
position.
heavy to move. This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off. With nasty slices of polymer sock. Not good. Let's pin this on the bear. The ice bear tore up his legs. Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. The stink is incredible. Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen?
Shoot, Looney Rooney. I like it a lot, bruv. Come back.
Alright, that's enough from him.
This orange machine, you slip your fingers on. If you want to...
Equip the pry bar by going...
Yeah.
This orange machine is dead still.
Yeah, our pry bar sucks. Alright, well, I am going to head back to my shack. Actually, hold on. Fuck, we need to end the stream relatively soon so I can take a quick break before we come back with whatever we're playing next, which I think will be Mystery Dungeon, but we'll see. But I do want to see if these guys react to, or if the girl in particular reacts to this outfit, because she was talking about, like, some of that stuff before. A scene, right?
Hello again.
City.
Come on, I can tell. What is it? Oh, wow. Social justice really matters that much to you? That's commendable. Yeah, man, they're pretty bad. A city has... Yeah, that's pretty...
Perhaps.
Okay. Why'd you think that? There you have it. Really? Wow, man. How come you don't remember, though? Yeah.
It's obvious.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit. You know, the psych... You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten, though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Look inside the tent, see if they have anything to say.
Come on, get in.
Squeeze in.
Huh? I see you're here again. Hi again. So, how are things going?
Nope. Not gonna say anything interesting about the outfit. Fine, I guess we won't. Let's go take our sleep. Oh, can I not travel from here? Why? Okay, I guess we'll walk. We do have logic closed, I believe, yeah. Are we able to loop our way back around eventually? There we go. Next time. Yeah, no, don't worry. This time we're just mostly... I mostly just wanted to see quickly if anyone would react to the outfit, but it doesn't seem like anyone will. Which is unfortunate. Also, I need to make sure that I actually didn't, like, accidentally write myself out of the homosexual agenda or underground.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still.
Yes, go to sleep.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
We'll figure it out. I don't think I've, like, failed.
Baby.
Record.
Okay, we can't save here. Am I dreaming?
No. You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. On and on it goes. For untold hours.
Behold, there are millions of them down there.
It's the world, Harry boy. You can never forget this shit.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
You're the son of the world again.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you?
That's right, I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this.
For the working class.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks.
I'm building communism for all this time, we won't fail.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, Harry.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
Beep,
Yes.
beep, beep.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the picture puzzle.
Alright, sorry, I'm rushing through a little bit because I do want to actually, like, end the stream before we go too far. We'll save with this blue dot circling our head. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. We've got a pretty good distance into this, I think. Now we're starting day 4 in the next stream of it. Which I guess will be on probably Monday? I don't know. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. Yes, I think we are going to do Mystery Dungeon next. It was originally going to be Overwatch, but I am having more fun with Mystery Dungeon, and there's going to be Overwatch over the weekend anyways, so I figured we've already played a good amount of Overwatch, and Mystery Dungeon is more fun for me right now. Anyways, thank you very much for watching, whether you've been here for some of the stream, all the stream, bits and pieces, etc., etc. We will be playing in about half an hour for Mystery Dungeon, which I'm very, very excited about. Hell yeah. I'm excited for you to see it, and we just got to, where did we get to? We just got brought into the future. We've cleared a couple of dungeons up there, but we haven't met up with Grovile again yet. We're in the thick of it. Anyways, I'm going to pause the timer. We'll take our half-hour break. I will see you after some ducks.